Okay.
President gonna run this meeting.
I
Works
can.
for me.
Well, you probably should.
All right.
I think Karen mostly. She has their agenda.
Okay,
There's an
I'm
agenda
fine
in
with
your
that.
file, in your folder.
Well,
You know what I mean?
just that's what we're,
It will follow the agenda.
yeah, what we're here for.
All right, well, we got item 1 on the agenda. Karen, you want to discuss the SEA loan impacts?
Yeah, so we'll just go through a little bit of this stuff quickly. Hopefully not take too long for you guys. The first piece of paper, let's just set that to the side, and so go with this little packet here that you see. And it's a long sheet, and then it's got a analysis from Baker Tilly behind it. This is one of the analyses that we had Baker Tilly do for us concerning Senate Enrollment Act. There's a lot of information in this packet. You guys can look over this packet if you want to, but I'm going to break it down for you with this little spreadsheet, okay? The packet, all right? This makes it a little bit easier to understand.
It's on the bottom.
It was the very.
Oh, it was on my top, I'm so sorry. Yeah, so you'll see where it'll start off with. Can you find it? Okay, so here in this little Excel spreadsheet, you can kind of see where it will say the general fund LOIT and PS LOIT, okay, at the very top. And so that is, LOIT is local option income tax. And this is one of the things that is changing in the Senate Enrollment Act. But you can see for 25, 26, and then 27, our amount of distribution for our LIT. PS LIT is this other thing that we have right now, right? And it can only be spent on public safety, but it is an additional revenue. So we just move money over into it to fund our budget. So there's our differences in how much we're getting. And so you can see right there. Well then, if you look down and you look at 2028, there's two different scenarios, but the first one, we're losing PS LOIT. So we're gonna lose $509,000 in 2028 of PS LOIT. So there is, the LIT distribution now changes. So to give you guys a little information on what's happening with LIT, I've talked to some of you, or some of you have actually looked into the Senate Enrollment Act. But this is kind of, and it just keeps unfolding as the time goes, but this is currently a new bill that has passed through the Senate and the House. So it is a law and will take effect in 2028. So right now, currently, we get a local option income tax to our citizens in Clay County. And it goes into a big pool, and then there's a formula based on population, how they distribute the LIT. And we get this LIT distribution. The state figures out a year ahead of time, or they say this is how much we took in for, say, 2024, so this is what we anticipate 2025, and then every month, the auditor's office will wire us this money, okay? And for a grand total of what you see here, okay? And it's broke up into two distributions. One is for the general side, and then the other is for public safety. And so we get that every year, and we've been getting that since they did the property tax caps many years ago. The county went and they passed PS LOIT. So now the state has changed that, and what's going to happen now is that if you are a population over 3,500 people, you now have the ability and kind of have to pass your own LIT. We will get zero. So in 2028, we go down to zero. And so we will get no more LIT money unless we pass the tax ourselves. Now, we are the only people, the only municipality that size in Clay County. So we are going to be the only ones that have to do this. The county will then also have, because theirs will go to zero, they will have the ability to pass a 1.2 or less. They can go with whatever they want, up to 1.2 to the citizens, okay? They can also pass some other taxes, and you can see that in this. They can pass a non-municipal tax, and that's 0.2%, and then they can pass something called fire protection and for EMS services 0.4, and we'll go into that in just a second. But that 1.2% tax that we can pass on our own and they pass, here's the booger. We as our citizens of Brazil, they are going to be double taxed. So we are going to pay whatever we do, it piggybacks on top of what they've done. So say we do a 1.2 and they do a 1.2, myself, living in the city of Brazil, will pay 2.4%. But a person living right outside the city of Brazil limits, they could just pay a 1.2.
Do we still get our distribution of their 1.2?
You do not.
No.
We do not. We just get the 1.2. So on top of that, the bill reads this, that they will get 75%. This is where towns are, there should be a huge concern. They, the county, have, this is in the bill, they will get 75%, everything that they bring back of the county tax, 75% of that they can keep of that distribution of theirs. Now, it won't affect us in that sense. They keep 75%. In Clay City, Knightsville, Harmony, they can figure out a distribution to them of 25% if they want. And you would think they'd be even on that, which I'm sure they will, but it would, or based on population, it's their decision though. The legislators have left that for them to make that decision. So they can then distribute the 25%. Now, they don't have to do it that way, but that's the way the bill reads. So they can do what they want. But our concern is that it's double taxing us. So there's a max tax that any one person can do. So when they are the only ones that can pass the fire protection and EMS tax. So now we're going to move on to there. So now look at the bottom, and you can see the first two little things are just, again, first scenario and second scenario. And I want to tell you how these scenarios got, how they came about. So the first scenario that you see, lit distribution 2028, number 1. This is based on the number of employed individuals in the city. Why this matters, we know that we are a poor community. We have a lot of senior housing. We have a lot of people based on their income. So when lit, the 1.2% that we get, we had to do this analysis because we really have to find out where the wealth is, right, in our county. Because if it's somewhere else, it was all going into one pool, and then there was just a distribution based on a formula, you know, population, what have you. And now it's going to be just our citizens of Brazil. So this is based on 3,230 persons paying taxes, okay, and the mean income would be 41,268. And so AGI. And what that means is when you go get your taxes done, right, you could be making $60,000, $70,000 a year, but you have all these write-offs, kid credits, and Shane knows a little bit about this, but you're going to go get your taxes done, and I'm probably only going to pay taxes on $41,000. This is the average of what they're saying for scenario 1. Scenario 2 is now basing it on 2,221 households, and we're saying their average income together, so like a joint filing, would be $76,038 is what they're going to pay taxes on. So then now this is what we would receive. So in scenario 1, 1.5 million, and scenario 2, 1.9 million. So if they pass, you can see over here, there's a 0.1%, a 0.2%, and a 0.4%. And you can kind of see the different scenarios of what that looks like for us. That is 100% has to be passed by them, and they can make this decision. Now, when they start going and passing taxes over there on their end, they can only do a max tax of 2.9%. And they have to take into consideration our 1.2 as well. So they're already, if we pass 1.2, they pass 1.2, they're at 2.4. So they can only go up 0.5 more percent. So they could go, and there's another 0.2% tax that they can also raise for all these other communities, and it's called a non-municipal tax. In this little diagram on page 3, it explains, on page 3 of this, it explains all of what those taxes, who can get them, the percent and everything. It explains more of what I just said. So if you want to take that home and read that, but we have 2 years to prepare for this, so this is why they're really pushing these out right now. So I just wanted to touch base on this before, and there's the analysis. So this is stuff that we can prepare for, but it looks like if they did go with the 0.4, my opinion is they won't go with the 0.4 because they'll probably do the 0.2 as well. So they could do a 0.3, but again, it's a lot of tax to tax your citizens. So they're probably going to have their own analysis done, and then they're going to figure out where they want to go with this. You know what I mean? So I can just give you examples of what it could potentially be, or where the losses would be. And Shane's looked kind of at the numbers. You've kind of picked your brain a little bit. Shane's been with me on this. We've been on some conference calls and talking a lot about this, and the mayor. But Shane, you feel like it's a little high, don't you, sometimes when you look at the income, or do you think it's pretty spot on?
Well, they're using MHI, which is the median household income. That's why it looks like 41,000. It seems a little bit high, but that's what the statistics show. So that's kind of what we're stuck with. You know what I mean? As far as the difference between the, that 1.9 and that 1.5 number, looking at the population of, individuals versus like the joint filings and stuff, I feel like that 1.9 number is a little high, And I know Ryan and I talked a little bit about it in the past, and Karen and I, before we got into any of these conference calls, and I'd kind of try to put some numbers together. I come up with between about 400,000 and 800,000 total, and so that 650 kind of hits right in the middle of that. So I feel like that's probably a pretty good number to run with.
You mean loss?
Yeah, the decrease. But that doesn't take into consideration any changes in the certified shares in the property tax revenues.
So, yes, and we'll go to that next. So I'm going to flip gears after I went through lit. If you guys have any questions about any of this, do you have any questions on how this is? And so one more thing to note is that in 2030, and I know this is kind of advanced, things can change. I mean, the legislators can get together. We have asked a lot of, Baker Tilly is one person we asked. We asked Bose McKinney, and we asked, who's the other people that we were on the phone with for the conference call that are the financial managers? They do bonding. Who was that we were talking to? Landon. Who's he with? What company? Well, they've been talking to legislators about this, and their understanding is there will be some minor changes to this bill, but not a lot. It would be some filing requirements potentially being changed with this bill.
Is it diversity or something like that?
Yeah.
This is a consulting type firm.
Yeah, and so there's not a lot that will change financially. I think the idea of this is that they're wanting to lessen the burden on citizens and try to keep services, I guess. The hard thing is for us that our biggest financial is public safety. So that's the concern, I'm sure, and it will be for a lot of municipalities. So it could still change. They can amend this bill, but we have 2 years to plan for it. So any questions? Okay. So then let's move over here to this little sheet here, and here's our property tax impacts. Okay. So right now, currently, the county has a property tax replacement credit in effect of 0.3. So property taxes are currently getting credits on their properties. And you will probably notice this for pay next year on your property taxes. And these credits range from senior discounts to a lot of things. And so our impact next year for 2026, 95,000 is our circuit breaker, but with the property tax replacement credits, it's really about 23 to 25,000 is what we'll see of a loss. And then the same again for 27. You can see that kind of creeps up a little bit to 121,000. And then again, we still have the property tax replacement credits in effect. So that then is still going to be around 23 to 25, but it'll be 50,000 then, right? Because we're losing 25 this year, then 25 next year. So from today, we'll go down 50,000 by 27. Then in 28, you can see the number 452,042. It's actually around $330,000, but that's a loss, and that's our property taxes at 28. Baker Tilly is who came up with this scenario again, and they are currently going to start next week. They're hopeful. They are going to go parcel by parcel in the city of Brazil, and they are going to look to see what everyone is paying on their property tax and the credits that they're all receiving. So this number will be better as we go forward. So in the months to come, we're going to have a pretty solid number on what we're going to get for property taxes as we do now. But it will be a loss. So again, you're losing 330 there. So if you look now back to lit and you look to see what we lose there, in the best case scenario, if you want to go with the 4%, we would be gaining 541, but actually you have to do the difference with that. So you'll gain about 100,000, but that would be best case scenario. And then, but this here is 28. So in 29, it goes down again, and 30, it goes down again, and I think in 31, it stops for property tax loss. So in the end,
When
we'll
you
still
said that though, the 541 you're referring to, that's determined by whether it's total households or individuals, you know,
Where you at?
how that
Right.
comes into play.
Where you
So
at?
You really need to look at more of the range. If you look at that fire protection added number 2, you see that on this first sheet here that
Oh.
we're looking at. You'll notice that fire protection added number 2 scenario, or number 1 scenario, sorry, where that goes down by 258,000. Okay, and then versus the fire protection 2 added, best case scenario is it would go up by 542,000, but that's the difference in those 2 different scenarios of using individuals, you know, with that MHI versus like say joint filers where the number of households would be, you know, used instead of that. But looking at it from a reasonableness test, you know, it's probably going to be based more on the individual stuff than it is actually the households. So I think it's important to note that, you know, you probably need to be looking more along the lines of the decrease, even overall, of the 623 that you're seeing on this paper here on the certified shares change for 2028 specifically, the decrease is 623,000, and then a decrease here with everything basically that we can do of another 57,000. So that's going to put you real close to $700,000 down in a probably a likely scenario for 2028. And that's taking into account everything that we can do. Okay. So the best case scenario is it's going to be close to break even. I think that's what we talked about, because you'd see maybe an increase based on taxes and stuff that we would have to implement to make up for the changes that have happened.
No.
Basically, it's just a shift. But then you would have still the decrease in certified shares, so it's still going to be less than what we're getting.
Well, if you go with your scenario, we still lose. We
Yes.
lose because in this scenario here at 258, that scenario 258, that's taking into consideration that they passed that tax for .2. That's just bringing us back up, and then we're still losing property tax.
Right.
And this scenario, so we still lose.
Yeah.
We're down. We're not gaining anything. You're actually having, if they don't change the laws, there's going to be some changes, unfortunately.
But if you look at all those scenarios, there's really only one when you take into consideration the changes in the certified shares from this sheet. And then you look at all these other scenarios that she provided with the lit, and you can see that in order to even possibly come out to break even, that's absolute best case scenario. And it's really not very likely, you know. It's pretty far outside of the curve there to get that one to happen, so.
You only break even with the second scenario, right? Look at that. You only break even with the second scenario, and then at the same time, they have to pass 8.2% for us to break even. But that, well, no, not even that. They'd have to pass the 0.4, Shane. because the .4 would take us to 541,000 positive, and then we're still gonna lose all that money over here, so you know, you don't.
But that's not in our control, that's
It's
accounting.
not at all.
It's accounting thing, so.
And again, they're gonna realize when they're up there doing that they're taxing the citizens of Brazil double, right? They're gonna realize that they're already getting double taxed. And then the other thing is, again, on page 3, you can see there's a .2, so .4 is probably not even an option. It's probably gonna be more like .3, because they can only go to 2.9. Does that make sense, what I'm saying? What we're saying? I processed this a lot and have looked over it, so I've had a lot more time to absorb it, but, yeah, we just found out, I think it was, and I know that sounds kind of dumb, but I couldn't process the fact that we were gonna be double taxed, because just like the wheel tax, hey, thanks for telling us that we have to pass our own wheel tax, that's fine, we'll do it if we have to. But then we go, whoa, you're telling us we're going to double tax our citizens for wheel tax? Is that fair? You know what I mean? For people that live in the Brazil, whereas they're gonna come into our town and they're gonna use our roads and they're going to use our services, but yet they're being taxed and you're not. We joked about putting in a toll road. No. We said, when people come in, we can charge them fees. No, in all honesty. So that's kind of the bit on property tax and lit. So again, the legislators have given us 2 years to prepare for this. However you want to look at that, this is completely in your hands. This is going to be your decisions on budgets, how we go forward. The mayor and I realize that we cannot, we can tell you and give you information and give you all we can give you. I mean, on how the city works, the mayor knows a lot better than I do on the day-to-day operations of departments, and I just know the financial side, so.
I think one thing I'd like to add to this before we move on to the next thing is that take into consideration that, you know, you could have a completely different council for 2028. Just saying, you know, it's an election year in 2027, so we have to take into consideration what might be coming ahead, but at the same time, we have some pretty serious conversations to take place for just the 2026 budget based on some of these conference calls and stuff that Karen and I have been involved with, so.
So we'll move in, oh, go ahead, Steve.
I just want to add my uneducated thought here, but it seems to me that what you're telling us is that we're going to have to decide whether or not to double tax the citizens of Brazil. That's really all this boils down to.
Well, we don't honestly have much of a choice, Steve, because it's going away. So
I know.
When that goes away, if we don't implement this 1.2 lit, then we don't have the replacement for it. So then we would be looking at about a decrease of almost $1 million combined in our annual budget.
Currently,
We can't, there's no way we can do that.
Currently, all of us sitting up here at this table, we're receiving about a 2.3% tax right now amongst ourselves. That's what we currently pay in tax for local option income tax. And so this would take us, if we did nothing, and then they went ahead and let's just say that they passed the 1.2 on their end, and let's just say they go max rate and they go 0.4 for EMS, and they do that too, the fire protection and EMS. And that would be a 1.6% tax on us. If we do nothing,
On the whole county.
we'll just pay, the whole
Yep.
county, including us, will be 1.6. And then we get none of that, except for the 0.4%. We will get, and it's based on square mileage that we cover, it's based on population. There's a big formula. I thought I could just figure it out with saying 0.4, but it's not based on that. So these are literally numbers that Baker Tilly has come up with. They looked at some.
So that 1.6, like at the county level, the 1.2 that we need to do is on top of that.
Yes.
Right.
So it's going to go from
Gotcha.
basically the 2.3 currently, you know, for people in the city of Brazil, to what, 2.8?
But-
And that, I mean, that's unavoidable. The only thing that we have control over is whether we implement the 1.2 for just the city, for that jurisdiction only. You know what I mean?
And I hate to break it up.
We don't have a choice because we're not getting anything anymore in 2028 moving forward from any county tax.
And to play devil's advocate, on this page, on page of that analysis, on page 4, there is, we can, I mean, I just got to give you the laws here. We don't have to pass 1.2. You could go 1%, you could go 0.5%. And on page 4, it shows what the income would be for us by doing so. I mean, you don't have to do anything if you honestly don't want to. Just know that we will not get any money from these major changes that we'll have to make.
I think at the end of the day, this whole thing, it's going to be very difficult to plan out through 2028. It's going to throw us in a position that nobody likes to be in, and it's called crisis management. And I think that's where it's going to put us.
Yeah.
Like Shane said earlier, there's a lot of discussion on this 2026 budget, let alone 2028, because who knows what could change between now and then. But like I say, I think it throws us kind of in a crisis management situation where you got these issues, you don't have a choice on how to address them.
And in
You know, they
27.
did change the wheel tax where we don't have to have that city wheel tax in order to get community crossings money. So we'll be able to
That helps.
still apply for that.
That
Well,
was the
yeah,
last I heard,
mean,
we had to do that too. so
Right, that's changed. But,
You will have to pass this in 27,
mhm.
and then like I said, in 2030, which some of you will maybe be here, some won't, maybe some of us won't, whatever, but in 2030, you have to pass it every single year. You can change your rate every year. So you would have to pass an ordinance in October every year. But that was just information for you guys. Yeah, like Brian said, I mean, we still don't know. This is still just a picture of it, but we do want to get ready for it because, I mean, if this does happen, you surely don't want to go into this going, we're using all of our cash reserves just to fund employees. So that would be responsible. But
Well, that's not sustainable. I
Right.
mean, that's the reason why we're having the discussions
Mhm.
about 27, 28.
Right.
Because any things that we do, especially when it comes to personal services, what we do for 2026 is going to have an impact on 27 and 28. So we have to take a look at those numbers just going forward because the changes are just so significant. We have to take that into consideration.
And although Brian and I especially hate it, every year it seems like, we got to just figure out what we have going on right now because you never know what next year is going to bring. We just got to get this balanced, but this budget to balance this year. We do that every year, and we don't know what next year looks like. We kind of have an idea now because this is why they're doing it the way they're doing it, because they're telling us we're letting you prepare for what's coming. And we're going next into the budgets, and you're going to see the impact that it's already hitting us at now. And so we're going to start with, are you guys having any more questions, or are you guys ready to move on to the budget? Might as well just dig in.
Move on.
We can go back. We can jump back to that, but we can.
The 2026 part of it it's going to be more of our typical conversation, I think.
Yeah. Okay, so this little packet right here, you guys can keep this. This isn't discussion. Just go ahead and move that to the side. This is just the, this is the budget that you guys already have a picture of this. I made some minor changes again, but I'll go through those. All right, we're not going to start with the general fund. We're actually going to start with MVH. We're going to start with Brian Venus's departments. So if you can find that packet, should be put together for you. Fine.
Is this what you're?
Okay, one's parks.
Yes. We can move Brad's stuff, Steve, and you could spread out. Everybody could spread
I
out a
am
little bit.
spread out.
Okay. Because there's a lot of paperwork here. All right. Everybody ready? All right, so in MVH, I did like a little analysis on top. Some of you have gotten these, but they have changed a little bit since when you first got them with updated numbers and moving stuff around, trying to just make it work. At the very top, you can see his cash reserves for this year, the beginning of this year. He had around 300,000 in cash reserves. And you can see that we're anticipating for 2026 that it would go down to 250. That's because I'm going to suggest that we pay off one of the trucks in the street department right now. So we did purchase a used truck for them, for the street department, and we'd like to see that paid off. We won't pay interest on it, and the fact that we don't know, financially, it would just be better off to pay that truck off. So I would suggest paying that off, and then that would drop that in that cash reserves down. You can bounce down to 2026, and you can see the property tax money there, and then you can see where the MVH distribution goes, our wheel tax, where we are with that, and then you can see where his budget total is over there. And so I have made some cuts in his budget, and it has taken us down to 15. We are still, there's a negative of 15,000, and I've created his new budget of 485. And we still have a shortfall. If you go to the next page, there's still a shortfall in his budget of $3,200. So we're going to have to either cash reserves, or we can use that, and I will kind of tell you where his budget was cut. If you look back on the sheet, you will see yellow highlights, and the yellow highlight is where I have changed the budget from what was submitted to me, and then that means it went down. Orange highlight is where it went up, okay? So in his budget, looking down, 5 laborers, what we did there is, and these are all suggestions, any of you, the mayor, you as well, we can change this, we can move this, but just know that his budget is funded partially by property tax, so we will have to take property tax from the general fund in any of these and move them over here. So for this year, we moved one of his laborers out. He has 6 laborers, so we had to take him down to 5. So one of his laborers is going to have to be moved to another department. Utilities, water, so that we don't have to, we can't afford them. Mechanic wages, we don't have a mechanic, so that's just been in there, so we're just removing that. FICA Medicare goes down because you remove the employee and PERF. The employee's not losing a job. I'm not suggesting that in no way, shape, or form. I'm just saying that we would move that to a different department. Cell phone reimbursement, I had to add that. So actually, that should have been orange, sorry. That got added into the budget because they do all receive that. And their workers' comp liability went up. And it didn't go up this much, but this was what the budget was submitted to me for, so I had to move the budget up to fund the workers' comp. And with that being said, that's what I changed in his budget. So that's a huge change. We can discuss that. You can discuss that if you would like now with the employee, and let me know how you guys want to go from there. If I throw the
When we're
employee...
talking about moving an employee, basically we're talking about just moving the wages of where that employee would be paid. He would still maintain his 5 guys or 6 guys, whatever in there. Just one of them's going to be paid out of a different department, which will probably be utilities.
Okay. So no one's getting laid off
No. Just
Correct.
at that point.
It's around a $50,000 move out of his budget, so if you want to keep it in the budget, we have to fund it $50,000 more.
What's that road construction? Is that
Um,
160?
So how this works is I have to, with my NVH distribution, I have to split it in 50-50. The legislators did change that next year where we're going to do 60-40 split. And so what happens is 40% of all NVH distributions has to go into a separate fund and only be used for paving. So, but when you submit your budget to the DLGF, you add it all together in the budget, and then you, it's about $160,000 a year, and then we move that into paving. So that's what you see, Shane, $160,000, and then if you look on that one part at the very bottom in the green, Gateway budget is going to read $657,000. That includes all revenue, 100% of the NVH distribution. And then you will see that we remove 160,000 off this budget, so that, because we're just talking about this, because you can do nothing about the paving budget. I mean, that's by law, we have to spend that. With what I've told you currently, we made cuts of 12,000, bringing his current budget right now currently to 485,257. And I have a shortfall still of 3,200. So, to me, do we need to find $3,200 to cut out of his budget? I would probably say not, because he usually comes in under budget anyways, and I think that he'll be fine. I would anticipate he does have cash reserves, and more than likely he'll come in under budget. So,
Do you know what line, I mean, I don't expect you to know exactly, but do you have an idea about what line might typically be under budget? Like, is it fuel? You know, what line would you say? The reason I ask is we can adjust it now so it is closer to zero, and then if we need to look at additional appropriations because there's something else that came up, we can always adjust it then accordingly out of reserves.
utilities,
Utilities.
yeah, CenterPoint Energy or Duke. Sometimes, just depending on that. Yeah, fuel is potentially possible for his department. It would depend on the department on fuel. I would say those would be the only two areas that you could adjust 3,200 if you wanted to.
Just basically reduce it by.
His
by that
budget,
amount.
I will be honest, though, his budget is extremely tight. We have struggled to maintain enough workers for him really in that department, because a long time ago, they started cutting, and, I mean, not long, but within the last 5-6 years, Brian, they've started to cut NVH from him, and that's why we moved wheel tax. Remember, wheel tax did not used to be in his budget. Wheel tax was in its own budget. We would use the wheel tax money to fund street paving, and we did that for years, and we finally have depleted that old wheel tax money that we had. So in order to fund his budget, we had to move wheel tax into his budget. And we're still currently, he's understaffed. But what they do, they go around and they pick up limbs, and trash, and Brian, what are they out, you know more about what they do than what I do. I mean, MVH is weed eating and mowing,
And that's not counting just doing street repairs as they can.
and I call his crew truly a skeleton crew for Brian Bemis. I mean, he is very good with his budget. He will come in and ask for reports, and he will come in and say, can I afford this? Can you look at this? And he's very, very vigilant.
I have a question pertaining to the vacation buyout, and I know this affects, it's a citywide issue, I shouldn't say issue, but a citywide policy. So I see we have a line item here under MVH, and I was just kind of curious as to if I could get a little refresher on, or maybe all of us would like, I don't know, on how that works. Could you kind of give us an idea?
Vacation buyout, they're allowed to sell 2 weeks of their vacation.
And they all do.
Well, most of them, I think, do.
So they sell it back, basically you get 2 extra weeks of pay a year,
Mhm.
because they're still working.
With the exception of the firemen, they can sell 3 weeks, that's in the contract. We've
And I'll be
talked
honest
about
with
this vacation buyout before, and I'll tell you, it's expensive for us to do that.
$10,300 just in this
Just in
one
that.
department.
And I would,
I'll tell you, it's well over 6 figures.
I don't do payroll, but I don't think police and fire really sell their vacations very much. Some of them do, but 3 weeks they usually won't, and most of them take their time. I mean, they just do. They'd rather have time off for police and fire, but some do, so.
I think there's several of them do. Because the way they're structured, the way they work their hours, especially the firemen, they can create 5 or 6 days off. That's all their vacation. I mean, it's the way their schedules work.
It just kind of seems like a double perk, vacations. you earn it.
It is. I mean, this is this way when I came on board. I've never seen that type of benefit before where you can sell your vacation. We got people that's got 5 weeks, long-term employees got 5 weeks vacation. I know one in particular, it was use it or lose it because they just don't take it. But
And we changed the policy this year because it is such a nightmare, because how it is always ran is the vacations run on a higher day, not on a fiscal year. And we were like, this is so hard because we have to monitor. It's awful. And then you forget and people lose and it's whatever. And then last minute, and so we said, you know what, we're going to start it just like we do with all sick time, personal time, and vacation time. It's going to start in January. They're going to then figure it all out. Well, you have to then say, oh gosh, now we have to figure this out. When are we going to change it, right? So we said, change it now. But we were smart with it though, because we said, if you, when they renewed on their vacation time, they could not sell. Like like somebody that had a vacation, they renewed in September and they got another 3 weeks in September. We said, well, you've got to use it. So they are getting a little bit of time off this year, but we had to reset the whole system for
it'll all
next
be
year.
based on calendar year instead of everybody on their own fiscal year.
Oh, I said fiscal, I meant calendar, yes. You're right.
But no, this vacation buyout, it's expensive.
Do you remember off the top of your head when the police and fire contracts renewed?
They're 4-year contracts. It seems like to me, the fireman contract. Karen, would it be next year?
It's election year, when you guys get it, and they did that. It's always
27.
27.
So
That will
27.
open for benefits.
So, this is gonna have an impact financially on employees if we were to just say, hey, it's gone. And so, what I was thinking, given the conversation we had at the opening of the meeting about what's coming in 27 and 28, it might be a good idea for us to take into consideration reducing those buyout starting in 2026, where it goes from 2 weeks to 1, and then 2027, it goes to 0. So then, in 2028, it's kind of preparing us for what's coming. And then, same thing with the police and fire, when those contracts open, that's something that has to be changed as well.
I've checked. I'm not sure on the police contract if there's.
I bet they're 3 weeks too, because they all try to.
No, I'm talking about when it comes due.
Well, I don't know about that. Do you want me to have Jill check?
Yeah. No, I agree, Shane. We could phase it in, but it's just something that's very expensive for the city to pay.
It is, and, that doesn't mean we can't. I mean, my reason for bringing this up is it helps simplify it, but also, if we want to look at being able to do any kind of raises or anything, we can kind of shift that around to where, we can reduce that over the next couple of years, but then at the same time, maybe we can build something in so it helps bring the gross pay up just a little bit as well. So I'm not saying it's going to necessarily save us save the city a lot of money, but it'll help simplify that process, which is kind of a headache anyway, and it's a very old type, way of thinking, and then at the same time, it might allow us to at least put some of that back in some form of raise, so something to take into
Yeah, I
consideration.
don't know when that got started and how it got started.
It's been here since I've been here, but they did up the number, because I think when I started, it was 2 weeks.
But being able to maybe, I personally like the idea of letting them know, hey, we're going to start phasing that out, so you're still going to be able to sell one back in 2026, then 2027 it goes to 0. Something along that line. So, because it does affect them. I don't want to get into their pockets. Believe me, I'd rather go the other way. But
So if you did 2026, then if you're doing half that, then it decreases the budget by half, but that's a decision. I just need to know what you're doing.
but that would take care of the 3,200 just in this department alone.
But you cannot, and I will be honest, you cannot, that, it does stink though, because public safety would be exempt from it, because you can't open up their contracts.
It's just part of it. We don't have any control over that.
Well,
Not right
it'll
now.
open in another year. It's 27.
She's gonna look at you.
That sounds right to me.
So then you're negotiating at 26, you feel like, or 27?
No, 27 for 28.
Yeah, So next year, the firemen and policemen would still get to buy their vacations
Right.
to whatever their contracts say, and then
Right.
27, it could potentially change.
When you open up the negotiations for the contract in 28.
Are they on the same year, the fire and police?
I don't know, we'll find
contracts?
out.
Yeah, I have a question out right now.
If they're the same year or 1 year apart, it's close though, I think.
Yeah,
How do you three feel about that? Phasing that buyout out like
Oh,
that?
well,
Yeah, I like the idea.
I mean, would you rather do it like that, where it's just a 2-year process, you know, where they kind of get a heads up, or would you rather just take it away or leave it alone? I mean, what's your opinions?
I think
well,
phasing
you
it
would
out
do
is
it that
good.
way.
Phasing it out.
You could let the farm, say the fireman's new contract would be in 28, that's going away.
Right.
Yeah.
I mean, honestly, I agree with you, though. It's not, I've been here for a long time, and I love offering the employees perks and benefits, but that's a benefit that's kind of like one of those, we've done it for a really long time, and we have a lot of benefits for the employees. And if we have to make some cuts, I'd rather see that than other things. Honestly, they should take their time. This is, I mean, especially police and fire, I mean, I know they're not on the table, but that's a stressful job, and your vacations, you should take them.
So, it sounds like it's unanimous that we need to make that change.
So then
Phase
that'll
out, phase out to 1 week in 26, and then it goes to 0 in 27.
So then
And
are
they're
you,
on.
so for vacation buyout, are we comfortable just taking off around 3,500 from this total right here? Then that way it pads it just a little bit, just in case, because I would have to actually go do the numbers.
Yeah, you don't, I think you probably, it's gonna be more than that, because it's 10-3 on the line.
It's 10-3, but I think though that, so let's say that I'm giving someone 700 and I have 6 employees to pay for, to include your supervisor, that's where I come up with 6.
So it's going to go out in 27 or 28?
It would go out in 27. So you'd go to 1 week next year, and the following year, just go to 0.
I can cut it in half. You want me to cut it to 5,000 then, on that line?
I think you could just
Yeah.
take it to, 5,000, and then I think that's gonna be really close. If you wanna take it to 6, I understand what you're saying, is it might not technically be affected.
Let me take it to 6.
I
That
think
way we have
6
a
is
little bit.
fine, it allows for it, because, I mean, you may not have everybody doing it anyway or something, so.
Okay. All right, so that solves MBH then.
But that could affect the FICA Medicare line too as well, you know what I mean?
So Brian, we could send out a memo. Would that be what we would want to do with that?
Whenever we get it all finalized.
Well, I'd say once
Payroll.
we're done.
When everything's done and
Yeah.
approved? Okay. Yeah.
December.
Absolutely. Okay. Next department is local roads and streets, because MBH is clear. Local roads and streets, I did move something in here, but truck repairs, I took those down from 15,000 to 11,500. I had to do that because in our sanitation department, which is going to be another one we'll talk about, I had to take out their workers' comp insurance from there because sanitation can't afford to pay for it anymore. Sanitation, so sanitation, okay, we'll go into that in a second. So you can see that the orange, I put workers' comp in this budget. And then at the bottom, there's a truck lease that is yellow. That's the truck we pay off out of MBH, okay? It's actually being paid for out of local roads and streets, so we'll pay that off. So that's gonna go away, so that'll save us 21,000. And then I took out an additional 3,500 so that I could cover the workers' comp from sanitation in this department.
So it's gonna pay off from what? From cash reserve?
Cash reserves. And so that budget is balanced, local roads and streets, unless you have any
It's
questions
going
about
away,
that.
it's just
So-
one more payment. It's easier to do it now than it is just put it in the budget.
Well, it's actually 2 payments on that truck, but this is 21,000 is what was
Okay.
budgeted, so we would have paid on it, but we won't have to on here. He does use a Bobcat, but we pay for that out of, so what happens with the Bobcat, so we were fortunate enough to have some cash reserves last year, actually in his designated budget, so it wasn't cash reserves actually, so it was leftover budget money. He was able to purchase an excavator for about 18,000, which was great. He uses that a lot in cemeteries and just around the town. But he trades in a Bobcat every year. I think, is that a Skidster, Brian? What is it? It's something. He trades in it every year, and it's around 10,000, 8,000 to 10,000, but it's just better to trade it in. And so he does that, and that comes out of CCD, so that you won't see that in here. But, okay, so local roads and streets looks good. The next one we have is cemetery. And you have another spreadsheet for cemetery. And reason is because this one is property tax as well. And I just wanted to give you guys a little look into the revenues. And really the only revenues we're going to get from cemeteries are openings and closings of graves and plot sales. And so I just kind of group it all into one. It's around $6,000 a year. So we have 3 cemeteries currently that we have to maintain. One is Old Hill, and Old Hill is right there at Craig Park area. We can't sell graves, it's full, and it's simply, we have to mow it, we have to maintain it. So I believe that our guys actually do that on the street crew. They go up there and they maintain that. That's not in a contract at all, we just maintain that. But we do also maintain Crestlawn Cemetery and Cottage Hill. And both of those cemeteries, we do bury people in those. Open and closing graves, and we do sell plots there as well. And here, we were fortunate because I looked right away at this budget. I had to get it down a little bit, and 3,000 it looks like from what we're currently getting in property tax and everything else. And it looks like the contract, I did look into the contracts, and the contract right now, we did a 2-year contract with our person that does the mowing for 25 and 26, and their contract states only 44,000 in their contract. And so we were able to take that back down to 44,000 because 47 was asked for, and we're currently in contract. So I took it right back down. Right, Brian? We're good with that? Mayor? We're good with that, though? Just took it back down. So, that's all I have for cemeteries.
I don't think people in the community realize how much it costs to maintain those cemeteries.
It's very difficult. When we actually have mowing contracts that come available to be bid on, they don't like cemeteries. Parks are great. Everybody wants the parks. Nobody wants the cemeteries. They're very hard. We currently contract with Lawn Care right now, and he does a really good job. I mean, honestly, Brian, you could speak better for that, but I don't think you really get that many complaints at all on his crew.
No.
And we used to get them all the time.
I don't.
He does a really good job. Brian Long. He really does. He does an excellent job. Our last one is sanitation, so this one's a little bit of discussion here. Sanitation is fee-based. We have set our fees at, I think, $18 per customer per household. We haven't upped that in a while. I hate to tax the crap out of people. So I'm trying to make the budget work so that we don't have to up this, but we are going to have to think about it. The cost of everything continues to go up. And so in this budget itself, this is a tough one. The budget that was turned into me, if you look at the sheet here, I had to do a lot of changes to it. Supervisor wages and part-time. Brian, we had some benefit changes on this one. Can you see the budget here? Look at that one.
Please tell
Are
me
you
what it is
there?
we're talking about.
Sanitation.
I understand sanitation. Who are we talking about?
Who's in this budget?
Yeah.
So Gary Sanders is their supervisor in this department, and then they have two part-time helpers. They're having problems finding it. Do you guys?
Still at the
told
end
you?
of that same
Still
thing.
at the end.
It's at the end.
She
It's the
had- she
packet.
had-
It doesn't have it. This is just all MVH, there's any extras attached to it.
I'm not finding it either.
Okay. Let me help you with what you're saying.
Behind the cemetery.
Here's the cemetery.
Sanitation.
Yeah,
And
shit,
that's all
very nice.
cemetery, that's all that is.
There it is.
There it is right there.
Right here.
This is what I was first page.
Yeah, no, that's okay. There we go. So, yeah, you might just close, I closed mine so that I wouldn't get it, I know there's a lot to look at. So, okay, there you go. Those two go together. Okay, you found that, all right. Okay, that's not, MVH. Should be this one. Here. I've tried to put the packets together on there. I told the girls when we were making copies, I said, stick these together because we'll keep these together. All right, so everybody's on the same page. So now sanitation, again, yellow is where I've decreased and orange I've increased. So our supervisor here, his benefits went up. The gentleman, I know we're live on TV, but he got married, and so he added a spouse to health coverage. So benefits go up when that happens. So we did have some increases. So what that does to our department, in a nutshell, is we, in our trash contract, that's per contract. I think we're on like a 10-year contract with, not Wallace, but Republic. And so that goes up just a little bit, not very much. I'm thankful that we did the contract for as long as we did. So you can see on yellow, I took the workers' comp out. And then the trash contract I had to increase. And then the only other thing in this department is the benefits. Because most of the revenue that we bring in for this department is 100% trash contract. So you can kind of see on the first page the revenues that we bring in for trash fees and then what we're spending for trash fees. So the part-time workers, this is where we have dropped the budget. Currently, for the part-time workers,
And hey, Karen, I think, Brian, would you mind, since we are live and people can see this, would you mind going over real quick, if you don't mind, explaining that this sanitation involves more than just the trash service?
Well, the sanitation, the cost of that's, we profit a little bit, not a lot, off that fee, but that's what funds that limb and stick, picking up limbs and sticks, and that's what funds those guys right there. We're charging $18 a month, correct? Well, we may be paying 12 or 13, but that's where that money goes, that excess money, that's funding those, it's funding another service.
Definitely. I mean, they do a great job, too.
They're out there every day doing that stuff, because obviously, you gotta do that when you have a burn ordinance in town where you're not allowed to burn, you gotta get rid of that stuff somehow, so. But that's what funds it.
and the supervisor that's in there, there's only one. He receives benefits, the other two.
Right.
These part-time workers do not get benefits. So currently, the part-time workers are working 56 hours biweekly, which is 20, what is that?
23 hours.
Weekly. The cuts in this budget take them down to, I think it was 16. I thought I had that on paper somewhere, and oh, there it is, right there. Personal services, 2 workers, they both make, you can see the amount of money that they make there and what it is annually. Each worker would work 18 hours. Currently, they're working 28 hours a week, and we would move them to 18 hours per week in order to make the budget work and balance it. If you want them to work more, if you don't want to cut them down on their hours, then we would have to find another way to fund the budget, or move them again to utilities.
scheduled pickups, things like that, where it's, you know what I mean? Not instead, right now, I mean, you can call and then the next day they're right there.
Mhm.
I've had them happen before, I called in the morning and later that day they come and get stuff, so, or neighbors have, you know what I mean? And anyway, it might just have to be where it's more scheduled time.
Again, all I've done is just work with numbers and figure things out, but if this is completely can be changed. You guys can tell me what you want. I'm not trying to throw things at you. You know what I mean? You can see how much we needed to cut out of the budget and then what we did do to get that down.
I guess I'm confused about the additional cuts needed of 20,000. Are we not in balance?
What now?
It says on this sheet that we need an additional cuts of $20,081. So I'm confused by that. Are we in balance with this or no?
Well, we are if we make the change.
Okay.
She's saying that her proposed changes she has in there, that
Right.
takes care of that, that's what she
Right.
needed to do. I seen that too, and I was like, what's that all about?
So we're taking the 18 hours instead of 26, you said?
28. So it's essentially 40 hours. It would be 40 hours biweekly. That's going to change on that. And if you multiply that by 26 and your rate of pay, that's where you come up with it. But Mayor, you may have something to say about this, so I don't know.
Did you say the supervisor is in that one, in that department? Sanitation?
Sanitation?
Gary Sanders.
Gary Sanders.
Oh. And then the two part-time guys?
I don't know who they are.
It's no
It's on
big
the tip
deal.
of my tongue. It's not,
Is Croy,
no,
is it Croy?
no, he retired.
Okay.
I could ask.
It's okay. I was just kind of curious.
We're cutting the hours on that.
So instead of working 28 hours a week, they would each have to work 18 hours. So 10 hours per
So
person.
they'll cut 10 hours per person.
Essentially 10 hours for both, because they work together, don't they? So it's 10
Yeah, we got
hours.
two guys on that.
So they'd only be working 18 hours a week. So yeah, you may have to, if you decide you want to do this, you may have to change up how the LIN pickups and maybe what days of the week. It's only going to be picked up these 2
Well,
days
just
and see.
thinking, can we still provide that service at those hours? Cut almost, cut a big chunk of their hours out.
Does the supervisor help on that too?
On the limb pickup?
Yeah.
No. Typically not. He's got limited mobility.
Okay. So what does he do?
Well, that's a question for Brian Deans.
Okay.
Yeah, and they will be in later today. Brian Bemis will be the first one that you will speak with today at 1 o'clock. So and if we want to come earlier, he's just a phone call away, he'll come right up, so.
I'm not saying I'm against cutting their hours, I just don't know, I think that's a pretty deep cut, percentage-wise.
Do you know how many people are on
Those two guys.
no, the trash, the whole sanitation?
How many's on their department?
3?
No, how many, when we're doing our billing, like from a revenue standpoint, if we were to change it by just $1, increase it
You're
by
talking
just
about the
$1.
sanitation?
Yeah, on the sanitation.
How many's on that? Well, it's everybody that would get a sewer bill.
So 4,000 a month, let's say.
Probably, yeah, 4,000. It's close to that.
Just
Yeah,
trying to
$48,000.
how we can still, I mean, it really is a service, and like Bryce said, having the burn ordinance and stuff, I mean, we only need to make sure we keep it going.
And this is kind of where I was going with, like, when we talked about lit and property tax, I just want to let you know why I started with this department, because they're the ones that are going to see it the worst. It's only going to continue to go down from here,
Because
every department.
if those guys for some reason don't have, people call in want limbs and sticks picked up. If they don't have this kind of unseen thing, they supplement the street department. Brian, they keep them busy, because that's a department of 5, 6 guys. So if they're not picking up sticks, they're working on the street department.
It just seems like we might,
I mean, I can see cutting some, but like I say, it seems like that's a pretty deep cut, but 10 hours out of 28.
I'm just looking at the budget, so I mean, if you want to do, you can move them again, you could put some of their hours over there in utilities. That is, you could do that. You cannot pay for public safety out of utilities, but you can do other departments out of utilities.
We're already transferring one guy.
I know. That's where the budget gets tight, and this is year one.
how would that look moving some of it over to utilities?
It'd be $20,081.
Oh, we
Took
keep
30,000 out of the budget, 30,000.
Well, you see it was over budget
500.
36, I took money out of that though. So, yeah. Or 16. Or I cut 16. It's really the increase in benefits that changed this budget, if that makes sense.
Because we added a spouse.
Correct.
Well, they increased, the trash contract increased.
A little bit, yeah,
That's
but
a
that,
bonus.
I think it could have handled that. It's really the benefit increase. When we have people, and we can't control that, that is a benefit that's offered to employees, and it does cost a lot for spouses or children.
The 10,000 just in the contract change, there's 10,000 just in the contract change.
Mhm.
Over 10,000.
Yeah.
Almost 11 actually.
Yeah.
So that combined with the health insurance increase, you're talking about $17,000, $18,000 right there.
Yeah, and it would have been more than that if I didn't have the ability to move that workers' comp out of his department and put it in roads and street.
But it seems to me like we would maybe be better off to increase the trash revenue, if it's only $1 a month, to help offset that change just for this year. We know what's coming up anyway for the next couple of years. Might be a good time to take a look at that.
When's the last time we increased rates? It's been a while.
I don't want to do that. I'll just put that out there. I don't want
You
to
don't wanna-
increase anything right now, because we're going to have to implement these new taxes. Plus, we've just done all the water stuff, and I'm not interested in dumping it
Well, the Craigers gonna have to live with
up.
this.
Y'all can, but I'm not interested in doing that.
Well, and
So-
honestly, that's where all the complaints come from,
Yeah.
is the trash service. Right or wrong,
Right.
that's where it comes from.
It's got better, but it's still not where it needs to be. But we're getting there, I think.
But we'll have to probably give it a shot from, the reduction to the 10 hours. The 10-hour reduction.
Yeah, if a utility can't take that on, then I suppose. And maybe it could be like for this year, we'll see if it works out. If it doesn't, then we could do something different. But I don't have any problems with moving that over to the utilities as long as they can handle it.
Well, the water can't.
Water.
So we did do the water increase, but the water increase unfortunately is going to pay for the big project that we have going through. And we are getting a little bit extra money, thank goodness, but the fund was depleted a lot, so it's building right now back up.
What excess money, you're gonna have some for capital improvement, general
Yeah.
maintenance costs and things that really wasn't designed, which they needed some of that. It would have to come from the wastewater department.
And you do have a little bit of extra revenue there. We did do the 604 dumping, yes.
What if we just maybe, instead of cutting 10 hours for Eve, why don't we cut them 4 hours? Would that make enough of a difference? Like, 24 hours instead of 28?
I mean, you're still going, unless you cut 20,000 off of this is pretty much, it is what it is, because it's a user fee base. So you are going to be dipping into their cash reserves. But they do have some cash reserves. They have 184.
Do you have any idea what the contract increase will be for going into 27, like 27,
There's a schedule.
There's a schedule for it.
Not for a contract.
Mhm.
There's a 10-year schedule.
But I mean, there's a built-in increase
Oh,
each year.
it's very minimal, though. It's little.
A quarter, 50 cents.
It is.
So I mean, what's gonna happen is you're gonna get to a certain point where we're gonna have to do something anyway.
Oh, for sure. But even if it's not next year, it could be 10,000 more next year,
So
and
the
then 10,000 more.
So 2028, if that's when it impacts and we have to do something then, probably gonna be looking at maybe a $2 increase at that point. And that's when the changes in the taxes, that's the year it'll be effective. You know what I mean? All over, I mean.
Seems like to me, there's about 6 years left on that 10-year contract.
But I'll be honest with you too. I mean, Brian, by working, was it just you and I don't know who was with you with working with that contract, but we are lucky that contract we
I
were
know
set
as
on
much
that.
trouble as the
It'd been a lot more
transition's
money.
been, we really may want to look at extending that contract as opposed to letting it expire.
It's smart, just like the mowing, guys. We did a 2-year contract with
Then they-
mowing.
It could be very expensive.
These contracts are saving us in a sense, because even when I was telling you about the mowing, you do a contract and you put it out for negotiations or what have you, it usually always goes up, it never goes down. So when you do a 2 or 3 year contract, a 10-year contract, you lock them in. And then when prices go up or don't, it saves you most of the time.
Well, at any rate, back to the
Sanitation.
part-time guys. I wonder how it would work if we would cut that, we would cut the hours, but half of the proposal is instead of 20 hours, cut it to 10, and maybe the sanitation or the wastewater can handle that, we have.
For 5 hours per.
Yeah,
part
cut
time.
5 hours per person.
So you're saying so then they're gonna go to 23 hours paid through us, or no, paid period. They're gonna go to 23 hours, and then we're going to then just put maybe a quarter of it over on sewage.
Yeah, the difference.
Okay. I'm writing that down, but if you're
Yeah,
okay with
Because
that.
there's no benefits paid on those guys, are there?
No. Other than time off, but it's minimal.
Right.
Are we good with that? Everybody in agreement for that for this year? Okay, so that is sanitation. So that is all Brian Bemis. You guys can put your little tab back on this budget. Set it to the side. Okay. We will move into the parks budget next. It should all be together as well, with the little tab on it. I have invited today to the park board, for the park, obviously our superintendent, Marv, and Elaine Clark, who I think is their president of the park board. I invited her as well. She was attached to that email that went out. So obviously, the Parks Department, almost 100% of their revenue that they bring in is property tax based. The only other thing that they bring in revenue that amounts to anything is shelter rentals. We did really good with shelter rentals during COVID, I think, I feel like, but since then, it's pretty steady. You can look down through the years. I did a little look back on that. You can kind of see where it's around 5,700 to 6,000, but you can see 6,800 was 2021, and I guess that's not COVID, but that's the best they've ever done. And it's not because their shelters are dilapidated or anything like that. I mean, what did we do? Didn't we just this last year that the Parks Department, I think, actually remodeled some of the shelters out there? Craig Park has a couple shelters now, and they're pretty nice, but people just don't rent them like they used to. We have a lot of facilities, though, around here that people can rent, like Harmony and Staunton now, community centers that most people do now. Okay, you can see the differences and stuff. So if you have questions on this department that usually has money left over at the end of the year in their budgets, and they did use a lot of their revenues, leftover revenue for a splash pad in 23 and 24, and that was us putting that in. But this year, we even anticipate them coming in under budget a little bit this year as well. But proposed budget-wise on the next page, you can kind of see where their income is. The total income is around $370,000, and the budget they submitted to me was $418,000, and so I had to take out around $48,000 of their budget, but I don't think it affects them very much. The next page, you can see I did a little bit more of a kind of a look on theirs. So in this department, the pool is going to be discussed a lot. I can tell you that our superintendent was already in this morning asking about the expenses of the pool, so he's probably going to talk to you about that today, I would imagine. But we'll talk about it this morning as well, and I did get some numbers, Brian, for the pool expenses and what we've spent and everything. And we'll talk about that. We can talk about it now, or we can talk about it when we go into the bond, which is also on the agenda, so we can talk about it then. I don't care, but...
Well, there is a cost to maintaining that pool, everybody knows it, and it's just a matter of, as times went on, that's growing. How much money do you want to spend on a year to try to keep it going? It's an 8-week season.
Yeah, I'll just go into
Do you
it.
have the numbers on?
I do. I'll just go into it with you, and then we can revisit it again when we go to the bond talking. So cost of the pool, just so you guys know, we did replace a little bit of the apron last year with some of their Mary Hicks money last year or the year before, and it was around $50,000, and it just put a dent in what they actually need. So they are getting to the point where they have to replace the whole apron, and if you know what that is, that's the whole concrete around that pool is going to need to be replaced. It's starting to crack up, and they're just putting Band-Aids on it. The slide is another Band-Aid they do yearly. It seems like they've painted it and they've done some things, but it's not long away from needing completely replaced, and that's around $100,000. The system that runs the pool, how old is that, Brian? 50 years more? Old?
40 plus. When
And-
was that put in, Steve, do you remember? It's been,
Early 90s,
yeah,
wasn't it?
I'd say, well, maybe in the 80s. It's been there quite some time, but then we are having mechanical problems, pumps and things like that. But anyhow, Karen was asking for the cost together on basically what are we spending a year to keep the pool operating.
So now, there are miscellaneous items that are bought for the pool, such as signs and fence and paint and ladders that you have to just maintain, and that's around $1,600. Testing and chemicals for the pool. So I'm just giving you what he pays, but realize when he does the testing, he has to drive it somewhere and drive it back every time. Where? Yeah, just to do that. So there's his time and gas to do that. Also, it is on a regular basis that there's a class he had to take, him and his assistant both had to take a special class just to be able to maintain the pool. Well, then they will give it to, when the Y brings in their people, hey, this is kind of how you have to do it. And then they still have to come over and maintain it as well and test it, but they're supposed to too. And he'll probably tell you today that they fail on those tests a lot, or it doesn't get done, or something happens. And then he has to then come in afterwards, and it takes him twice as much time and chemicals and everything to get the pool good again. But in chemicals and testing, we're spending around $13,000 a season for 8 weeks. And then repairs just this year to the pool were $23,500 just this year. So I'm going to give you the number of $37,984 is pretty much what it costs us to have that pool open for 8 weeks, and that is the city's cost. And that does not include utilities. We do get free water for it, of course, but the electric is pushed back onto the YMCA. But there has been a year or two that the YMCA did not pay the electric because they couldn't afford it or whatever the situation was, and we actually covered that expense too.
Do you know how much that is?
Could be upwards to about $4,000 for 8 weeks. So, just food for thought on that. The pool is very expensive, so it's what, like Brian said, it's just what you guys want to do with it. But I can tell you honestly that everything I just listed, at some point is going to have to be addressed. And if we're losing revenues, then where are we coming up with that money to maintain this pool and to fund this pool? And so cash reserves is going to be one place that we're going to have to dig into, and or the Mary Hicks, but I don't even know the criteria on the Mary Hicks money. And if that's what they want to do, they want to maintain this pool with Mary Hicks money every year. I don't think that they can maintain it. I don't think the Hicks money will allow them to maintain the pool. We talked about, Brian and I said, well, because we kind of discussed this, and Shane, I think, might have been on this conversation, I'm not sure, but chemicals. We could say, hey, to the Y, can you afford to pay chemicals? Well, that's going to be, and when I tell you that it was $13,000 for the chemicals, every year, Marv, at the end of the year, he will purchase chemicals for the next year with money left over in his budget. It happens almost every year. So this $13,000 number is just what what we've spent this year for this season. So he's probably,
You can get a cost savings if you purchase it.
so he's probably another $5,000 in. So you're probably more like $18,000 or so for chemicals for that pool. So we could ask the Y if they wanted to pay the 18, but that's still not going to maintain the pump, still not going to fix the concrete. And then what do? Get to a point where you just have a pool that's not open and an eyesore in your parks. So, but what's it worth to the citizens? I don't know how many people actually use it. I think it's mostly the
Well, if
Y.
it wasn't for the Y, make up somewhat of a feeder program for it, whether it be classes for seniors or kids and stuff like that, it wouldn't be used, but very little. Because prior to the Y taking over that part of it, I'd go over there at 2 o'clock in the afternoon, there wouldn't be anybody there.
Maybe 2 kids.
Yeah,
And
honestly, but, you know, it's been a good thing for the Y, because, you know, they have no cost in it.
Yeah, because we literally let them have it for free.
But, you know, they could put some people in the pool, I think, but, you know, how much? You know, was designed to make money, I don't think, but the park system's not in general. It's just how much funding you want to throw at it to keep it open, because I'm very confident the maintenance cost and all costs associated with that pool is going to rise every year.
Yeah, because chemicals have
And,
already
you know,
doubled
I
in
know
price.
some communities that's put in new pools, and, you know, look in that direction, but you're getting into a couple $1 million, you know, to do that. It may be less, because it wouldn't have to be the biggest that pool, but, you know, that would be difficult to do.
That would be a community project, like
Yes.
it was
Yeah.
when it came in.
Yeah, like the one that's in there now,
Yeah.
it was a community project, and, you know, personally, I think we need to take a hard look at, are we gonna be able to fund it, is it worth 8 weeks out of the year? But if we decided not to have the pool, I think it'd be a good idea to have some plan in place to roll out at the same time, increasing the size of the splash pad. You know, that's made in modules where you can add to it, or you could also have it like a kiddie pool, add to it, where there again, you don't have to have lifeguards. The season is basically Memorial Day through Labor Day, so it's a much longer season with,
Oh, you said kiddie pool, you said, do you like a splash pad? Is that what you're
Just a
talking about?
splash pad itself.
or splash pad itself. I mean, they're designed like saying modules to add to them. One thing would be nice to do with that splash pad, we can probably talk about a little later, is put that recirculating system on it, so we're not putting all that money just down, but it's plumbed for it. But the last quote, that was $100,000.
And so we will jump into, if you can see on the agenda, there's a bond issuance that we're gonna be able to do, that's positive, so we'll end there. Because that's like really yay moments, and I think that there's a lot of ideas the mayor has for projects that, a lot of it's in parks. So,
But it may be worth $50,000 a year. I don't know. You know? Where's that breaking point?
You have the capital outlay to demo the existing pool, and you use some capital outlay to put into expanding the splash pad and adding the recirc system. Now you have a better, I'll say a better setup with a longer season, without all of the labor requirements to keep it going and nowhere near the maintenance. And I think some of that trust money that you're referring to can be used for those types of capital improvements, so.
I think so.
That
Yeah, I
what
don't
it
know
does,
what they used it for this year. I know that the comfort station needs, they looked at wanting to redo that.
So that's what they're using it, so they did not use it this year, they're saving it all for next year, so instead of getting 50, they'll get 100,000 and it will do that. Exactly what you're talking about, that was Lane. And Lane hopefully will be here and you guys can ask her questions about what she would use that for.
I think that could be anywhere from 50 to 70,000 as far as what they are eligible for, depends on interest rates.
But that splash pad, one of the things is, it sits up where the pool is now and then the splash pad's down here.
Right.
You could do some really cool stuff, like make slides that go down. There's kiddie, like he said, you can do a wade pool in these splash pads even, where it goes up to your ankles and it doesn't have to be manned.
But, anyway.
Yeah. So we'll talk about that later, but in his budget, if, the pool is in discussion, for now, I had to cut their budget to 9,000, and that's not gonna do it, for pool supplies. And if for some reason you decided, during all this discussion, we decide not to open the pool, whatever, that money would not leave his budget, it would just stay in his budget, he could use it for something else. But right now, he asked for 18,000, you can obviously see why, but I had to take it to 9,000, to fund his budget. Mowing, we're in contract, so we're good, again, with the mowing contract. We are at 41.5, we'll cover the mowing contract for 2026, so I just cut from 46, I went back to 41.5, cutting off that much. Bathrooms, I think they had scheduled, or had put some money in here, I'm not sure why they increased it so much, but I went ahead and took that down 4,500. We took out the cost of living adjustment, the raises, and then he has a truck payment also, and I'm suggesting to pay that off. We're paying about $160 a month in interest on that truck, so I would like to just pay that truck off from their cash reserves. And they have enough cash reserves. The regular part-time, that you can see there's a difference here, I'm not cutting that person that is working in his regular part-time employee right now. This is literally all he works. He had more money in the budget than what he needed for that position. And I know that the person that he's currently using will probably stay with us, and he has another job as well. So he's probably working the hours that he can handle working the other job as well. So at the rate of pay and everything, it will not change what he's doing at all. The $7,000 would just be the decrease there. And by making those cuts, I was able to balance his budget, if you guys are okay with all of that. His budget's made up of 2 seasonal workers, 1 part-time worker, a full-time, and himself, for a grand total of, what is that? Five workers in the parks, but 2 of them are seasonal.
Good seasonal, one of them's part-time. You only got 2 full-time positions.
Yes. One individual on health insurance in that department. The rest of them are on, we have a insurance buyout, and then the other ones aren't eligible. And then you can just see in yellow highlight on the budget what areas were decreased, and that's, the spreadsheet showed you that. And his budget then becomes balanced.
Do they have a vacation buyout?
They do, but I don't really think,
Part-time.
not the part-time, so just the two
Just full-time.
full-times would be eligible to
Every
receive that.
employee would have that if they're full-time.
And that would apply, if you guys are passing that, it's gonna apply to all departments for the one, so for them as well. In his budget, did he?
But that's
Okay,
why I don't see it.
so he did not turn that in for his budget then, so, maybe they don't, well, I know they buy their vacation, so,
They do.
well, I know one does for sure.
What we got next?
All right, so that's our parks. Are you guys okay with that then? For now, no other discussion, okay? We can move that aside. So next is our general fund. And it will look similar to this, and this big long sheet will go with it. We'll start off with the first sheet. Anybody need any help finding it?
Yeah.
Okay. Oh, yep, that's it there. Here
Okay.
and here.
Okay.
Okay. Are you, everyone else good? Brian, are you good? Hi, Brian. Okay. Excuse me.
You gotta move in a little closer, there's a fat guy trying to go through there.
Can we, since he's coming in, can we pause for just a minute?
Do you want to take a break?
Well,
You know, I was hoping I'd make it here just in time to go have lunch. Well, you know, I brought the donuts I thought maybe one of these 2 guys here would have.
We figured that's why he's late.
I'm sorry.
We're live. We're just taking a break real quick. You guys can hit these buttons when you're...
Your video's still on.
The idea of next year letting them do 1 week and then the year after not at all. Because I cut that on that double pay for the
I know that working up there at the farm, that there was a lot of guys that would take their vacation and work it too. And so they get double paid many times over, and it's like, this is a little.
That's the same thing here.
Essentially what it
Yeah.
does.
That's all it is.
Buyout's the same
Mhm.
thing, yeah. It's-
We'll have to address it a little differently for the contract labor. You know, that'll have to be when the contract.
negative to this, but I'm glad you're on it.
You're sitting next to me, I'll keep you in mind.
Thank, keep me in mind, Karen. I appreciate you, I really.
We've got a quorum. Can we go ahead and start
Yep.
discussion on,
Yep. Go ahead and hit your buttons if you guys do not mind. And then they can hit theirs when they come in. If they forget to do it, if you guys could go ahead and help them with that. Okay, so for the general fund, we're going to move in there. And just to kind of go over the first page, you can just look at the cash reserves that we have on in the general fund. We will have some additional appropriations at the end of this year. We did start a list of them. Some of them have to do with annexation and just some things, some projects that we did, some analyses that we've ran that weren't in our budget, such as the lit analysis we'll have to pay for, and that'll be additional appropriation. But we do anticipate ending the year with around 2.3 in our checking account for the general fund. So you can kind of look down on the next little Excel, and these are all the different revenue streams that we have for the general fund. Within the general fund, you can see, we'll just start with property taxes. If you see yellow, all of the yellow highlight is 2026. And you can see in the orange, those I've just highlighted orange that will be affected and will change. So those will be the areas that continue to decrease. With property tax, you're always going to have excise, CVET, and FIT. If you give parks or whoever property tax, those items also go with the revenue streams. So with that being said, you can see the difference in from 26 to 27, and then the difference in 28, the big loss in 28 on those. So I just wanted you to see those. As we move down, the next area, you can kind of see I went from 2018 to 2026. Kind of told you what the budget was. If we were under budget, I showed you what the income was each year, and then, again, just some more numbers. And then for 2026, the budgets that were turned into me originally were roughly 4.8 million. And now we only have an income of around 4 million. So I had to make $287,000 in cuts to this budget, and money obviously was moved out of this budget and put into public safety of $457,000. So if you add those two numbers together, it's around $800,000 over budget. So well, not really because of the public safety, so around $300,000 over budget. So, okay. Any questions on that? It's just a little bit of a window for you. Okay, the next page that is clipped to the front of everyone's thing is a little analysis that I did. Oh, wait, can we go back one? I'm sorry. Can we just go back one? I'm sorry. I also wanted to talk to you guys about some fees that we have right now. So we do receive a payment in lieu of tax from our water, our sewer, and the Brazil Housing Authority. Brazil Housing Authority's payment in lieu of tax, I would not say that needs adjusted at all. But you can, from time to time, as you raise rates, adjust your water and your sewer payment in lieu of tax. Sewer pays, we haven't raised sewer, so I would leave that alone. I would have said to raise waters, but since just so you know, we're moving that employees out of water, and we're paying for some of our employees out of water, so we won't do that, because it's essentially the same thing, right? So, but if we didn't do that, we do have the ability to raise our payment in lieu of tax from our water. And when I say a payment in lieu of tax, it's just a benefit of owning the utility. It's a profit that we can use somewhere else, okay? But cable franchise fees, Sparklight, they always send us a check quarterly, and at one time it was really high. It has went down, and you can see in the line, if you look at it, dramatically. In 2021, we were receiving $44,000. We look to receive $14,000 this year. It's because everything's going fiber and internet, and we don't have fees for fiber and internet, so we don't charge Joint or whoever else everybody is using to stream videos. And I don't know that you can. I don't know what that looks like, but we're not getting that money anymore, so that everything's changed. Most people don't have cable. The other thing are our golf cart permit fees. This is worth talking about because we are getting more and more permits out to the public. And I can be honest with you, this $5 fee, it doesn't even cover the tag that they're getting. That sticker at A+, it's pretty much a wash right now what's happening. And then those are just going to continue to go up. But by the time we do the paperwork for them and the time spent doing it, it's a lot. And so for $5 a year, I would suggest that being raised. And so if you raise it, you can kind of look, if you went to, just to show you the difference in revenue. So right now, if you look under miscellaneous over here, golf cart permits, I actually spelled it out. We're bringing in around $1,100 a year for those. But if we raise it to $20 or $25 per golf cart, which is a lot, I know, but I think the other towns, that's how much they charge. It would bring in another $5,000 for that. So instead of getting just $1,100, you get $6,000 on that. So I did want to discuss that with you. And then fire protection fees, we haven't raised those in a long time. We do have quite a few factories that we protect and cover, Great Dane and some others, and I can tell you that they have been at that rate that they're at for an extremely long time. I don't know that Great Dane's ever changed their fees that they pay us. But I think there's a couple others, maybe Technifab has changed theirs, has went up a little bit maybe, or some others that we maybe cover. But that's something you could ask the fire chief. I don't know, he might know about that. But I would make a suggestion that we would increase the golf cart rentals. And I'm not going to say it happens all the time. I think people slip up sometimes and they say, wow, that's cheap. I can't believe it's that. This is nothing, $5. Their annoyance is that they have to show us proof of insurance. That's what's annoying. Outside of it, $5 is nothing to them. And then they have to come in every year. They're like, can I just buy this for 5 years? I mean, it's $5. So they're just like, I'll give you $20 now and cover myself. And I go, sorry, you have to show us proof of insurance every year.
But the insurance won't back in years, so it's not really
Yeah.
very much at all.
Yeah. And so I hate to keep talking about raising fees on stuff, but this is one that I think would not be a bad one. You can give your opinion on that. This is just mine. So that's just on the table for discussion. It's not going to make or break us, but just please keep that in mind for future, maybe. Okay. So then the next area, now we can move on, sorry. would be, I did come up with some scenarios for some bonuses this year and/or a 2% cost of living adjustment, which would be new to the mayor. I don't know that I have discussed this with him. Shane wanted me, he asked me to do this, a cost of living adjustment, and to see what it would look like. This diagram here is the whole city, and this is all of our workers, and you can see the effect and the cost for every scenario that there is. You guys can take a few minutes and look at this, and then if you have questions, feel free to ask. How maybe we would fund this or where it would come from. Bonuses, I would suggest, obviously would come from cash reserves, and where you take it from, there's many different places. And then the cost of living adjustment would have to be worked into the budget simply because it's going to go on their salaries. But I do have some suggestions on cutting of the general fund budget, where we could cut from the general fund, because that's kind of where we're at with things. And there are some suggestions in here. So promotional items, we'll start there. We do pay, we put about $10,000 in that, so we could cut $5,000. That's just when we buy t-shirts and things for people. We could cut that down to $5,000. We have ACA fees. That's a fee that we pay for health insurance. It's like a reporting that we do, and they assist us with it. But we think in my office that we could cut that out, and we wouldn't have to use the ACA reporting people anymore, that we could do it in-house. So we could eliminate that.
These bonuses, Karen, I don't know that you or I could receive
We can if it's in you can take it out, but we can if it's in the ordinance. You just have to put it in the ordinance. We can't receive it. What we can't receive bonuses for is the same year. So if you do a Christmas bonus in 2025, we can't receive those because our by statute, we are already established for
those.
what our pay is.
Our wages are established by statute, but no raises is different, but bonuses are different.
You can for the next year, as long as it is written in your ordinance. It has to be in ordinance, just like HSA money or whatever. You have to have it in the ordinance for the next year. We can't get additional money. Once our wages are set, they're set. Boom, our ordinance states it. But yeah, we couldn't get a Christmas bonus or anything. The other place that I suggested maybe potential cuts, and this is the one that is, it'll be up for discussion for you, would be the Clay County Humane Society. We do give them a $25,000 annual contract fee. Your police chief may talk to you about them today, I'm not sure, but we have been giving them $25,000 annually, and the county also gives them money too, again. You can see down at the bottom where there's potential cuts and then what the amount of that would be. So obviously cutting out the ACA. Keystone, I would move into CCD, and AIM dues, I would move. Keystone is our software that we use. I could move both of them for $8,000 and $4,000 of AIM dues into the CCD fund. And then planning and zoning, there's a mistake in there. I didn't want to go back and change everything again. That would get removed. That affects nothing. And then the ACA, like I said, I could do in-house in my office. And the Clay County Humane Society, I have that going down to half. And by doing so, you would bring in $31,000 extra money there.
And those are already built in. You built these in already, then, right?
These raises and things and cost of living adjustments?
No, the cuts here that you...
I did not.
Oh,
They're
so
actually, nothing has been cut. It's all in the budget as is. I have cut none of these items. The budget is balanced. Currently, our budget's balanced, okay? But the budget does not include raises. It does not include bonuses. So if you want to give raises and you want bonuses, I think it's no question. We could do those out of cash reserves, okay? However you want to do that. Those come out of cash reserves. The cost of living adjustment of 2% would have to come and go back into the budget. And we would have to find money for that. And I think you by cutting those, I could get you to 31. But we still have to, in the general fund, get to 37, so there'd be an additional $5,000 that would have to be eliminated. And so we would have to maybe police and fire could find it in their budgets to give us that back. We're not there yet, but I can tell you on the police department's budget, I did call yesterday and ask, and I have not still gotten back the answer. I asked Dennis to call. We have a taser and cameras that we're required to get. He took out a lease on those, and I think it's for 4 or 5 years, and it's costing us $30,000. I'm going to suggest that this bond that we're taking out would pay those leases off, but I wanted to know what the payoff was. I wanted to know how much we're in them for and what the payoff is, so we can get rid of that debt, freeing up $30,000. But I didn't get it back, so I couldn't take it out of the budget. So I'm going to ask him that today while he's here. But just by taking that out, we could almost meet it and give everybody their 2% bonuses out of that. So,
I have a question. Like in that first scenario of $2,000 for the, it appears that the mayor, clerk, and council are only $1,000.
okay, so
Because there's 2 employees.
Yes,
Wouldn't
so-
that be 4,000?
well, the mayor and the clerk, our wages, well, for any kind of money that we have coming out, we are paid a third, a third, a third. So a third out of the general fund, a third out of water, and a third out of wastewater.
Okay.
So that's those, that explains those, but the council's is not. That one's, yeah, it is incorrect. Good catch. It'd be, yeah, it would be double that, right? It'd be another 5,000, it'd be 12,000. Because Board of Works is 50/50, so it'd be 12,000.
Why is there 7 for council when there's only 5 of us?
Because Board of Works,
Should be council slash BW.
yeah.
So yeah, I think that's wrong all the way across.
Yeah, so that does change the numbers, doesn't it? Well, I will say though, that the good news is that the 30,000 out of the polices, the tasers, if I'm able to pay, if we're able to pay those off, it frees up that line for that.
Now, would you pay them off again?
There's a bond that we have the ability to take out, and some of that bond can be used on existing capital debt that we have. And the suggestion when we get to the bond will be to pay off some of this debt that we have in our bond, and we have the ability, we can do that. But since none of this is in the budget, we can make this decision on what you guys want to do as far as raises or bonuses after the fact. We can just go into the budget, but I just wanted to give you guys the numbers. All of it should be right except for council. Sorry. So do you guys just want to move into the budget and then start asking questions as we go through? So all of these budgets are balanced. If you want to look back on these little spreadsheets, you can, or we can go simply to the back sheet. And you can see the yellow highlights, just like that, of what was changed. Or set them side by side, and then you can start going through and seeing them.
On these sheets here that you get, can you just walk us through these to give us the summary, and then we
Uh-huh.
can look at the breakdown? I think that's probably going to be,
Better?
that's just my opinion.
This is a look back.
We need more details that's there for our review.
Yep, for sure. In 2000, you can see from 2018 to 2026, what the budget total has been. Some years it's been more or less, and it's because in the mayor's budget and myself as well, we've shifted some of our salaries over to water, wastewater, or changed that around a little bit here and there. And so you can kind of see where we are with that. Budget total $49,070 when I originally came and looked at it, and then we needed to still come up with 2,000. I needed to get down to 46, and I was able to. And then underneath it, you can see what changed in the budget to get it where it needed to be. So where you see proposed, that was the original budget. And then I put in there the 2025 budget just so you could kind of see, because my goal here with the general fund was to take everything back to 2025, simply because that's where we needed to be with our finances. And then you can see on the lines the new 2026 budget there. Every one of these departments will be exactly like this spreadsheet. In the mayor's budget, cost of living adjustment I had actually put in there, and I took that out. For himself and his assistant, that went down a little bit for the 2026. PERF, and it looks like FICA pretty much stayed the same on those two areas. Paper, I took out $250 on paper, and his equipment, I took out $200 on that. And by doing those changes, I was able to get it to balance. Any questions on your budget, Mayor? Okay, and for my department, the same thing, the cost of living adjustment taken out. Some changes, slight changes in the wages. PERF, a little bit of changes in FICA. And then paper, I did cut out around $1,000 of paper in our department. Budget books were eliminated in our department. We've been paying for those out of the councils anyways. And then postage, I took off about $512 off my postage to get that down. The law, nothing changed with law. I left law alone where it's at. Council's budget. I took out the cost of living adjustment, decreased the council's wages back to the 2025 close to Board of Works the same. FICA, I decreased that because I could. And then health insurance. This is the biggest change in council's budget. This is the increase. I'm hopeful, fingers crossed, that this is the only increase that we do, but I put 9% increase in here. Brian, I think, was hearing more like 10 to 15 maybe, but I put in 9%. So if we stick at 9% or less, fantastic. We could still keep our HSAs exactly where they are, and nothing else would change. And so I'll let him talk about this because he's the insurance person. If you want to talk about this now, this would be the time.
I think it's going to be very difficult to go over 9% from feedback I'm getting right now. This group's running pretty hard. We're like $1.2 million in premium, claims $1 million. So it's kind of worth the shopping. We're working on it. I'm not shooting for 10% without raising the deductible. I think they're like plus 12 or $4,000 deductible, but that's negotiable. But, it's just based on claim ratio. For lack of better words, it's just not very accurate. There's nothing to do about that. I think, for the most part, we're happy with the carrier. They show the claim loss about the last 3 years. They don't want to lose that premium either. They can live with that kind of stuff, so we'll see. I really don't know that we can hold it 9%. We'll see.
I think if you went 10%, we'd still be okay because it's around 8,000. So
Yeah.
there is some room in the budget a little bit.
Well, I'm going to probably throw out, because they're not quite there more. I hate to see the that just makes it tough. I mean, I'd like to see the deductible stay where it's at. Probably could throw something out like, leave the deductible alone, go 10% in one shot. Something like that, we'll see. Like I say, this claim reports are not in our favor, right? We'll see what happens. I'm talking to them weekly, about it 3 or 4 days. Not that he doesn't trust me, I want to see, they're saying the claim ratio is this, and there's no proof, I don't see it. But there's certain things you're not allowed to see. Which I didn't want to know who explained all this, but verify these comments. Like I said, that's a lot of fun. That's probably one of the biggest group in Indiana. So I know they don't lose that premium.
So we did do an increase though, so hopefully we're able to, hopefully we're able to, the mayor's able to just, negotiate with them a rate that we can afford and we can keep all the benefits that we have currently. So in this budget, the HSA, like I said, and everything is still there. Some,
Put more in their HSA, which helps offset it. That's a great program.
We also don't have the ability to go up to the 2%. The higher that premium goes, the deductible changes, to try to keep it down. Now they're getting deemed for that, and we can't put more in the HSA. And we probably can't hold on to this 10% thing either, so eventually it's going to end up moving in a different direction entirely.
And, with the group situation where it is here, you want to stay with the fully insured plan if you can, you don't want to be self-insured. And various, and, we thought about on the loan, if we do a bonus, give them the option of you want to put in your HSA, opposed to a check, because if you're the type of person that uses your HSA every year, you would realize 100% of the bonus, just tax loans. So, we'll see what it does. So, we should have an answer shortly. What we're going to do.
so then the next place that I did cut off of here was, we did not have it in the budget, and then we did put it in the budget, and now we're taking it back out, and that's the senior citizens. When Mr. DeCamp comes every year and asks for the 6,000, we do have a bus route. They are completely different, I realize, but we do have a really highly used bus route now with Thrive, and I think it's used. So this service kind of was there before the bus route. I think it takes you maybe to some doctor's appointments and things, the senior citizen, but
More personal.
yeah, but we're talking about cutting budgets. That was
Didn't we pay that ahead?
And so that's the other thing. The mayor is accurate on that because we did pay for a couple of years with COVID money. But I would imagine he'll still come back and ask for more money.
But it's paid in 2026.
I believe it is paid ahead unless he comes for more.
2027.
Yeah. Yeah. But I did have it in the budget, so I took it out. So in 2027, we'll leave it out. I mean, and then we'll know more about more solid numbers in 27 anyways. So,
Well, the bus, the Thrive bus, that's catching. Our bus was pretty small in that compared to, the buses. The bus is over 100,000. They got in and everything. I think our contribution to that bus that was 13,000.
it is, and so that's an additional appropriation we'll be doing, but, and we'll just continue to do that. But it's great.
We're not charging anything. We talked about, should we charge $1 or something? That would make a
Yeah.
Yeah.
difference, no doubt. But I notice, they do have the numbers on that, people. How many using it, they slickened up the route, or there were stops they was making that were unnecessary. But they'll go a quarter of a mile off grid, off their route to pick up somebody that's a call, so it does have some legal. I think it's a nice opportunity for the city to have that process.
Yeah, I think it's well received, and I think, I don't know what you discussed with him, but I see Ryan Keller come in and speak with you about things, and I'm sure that's what he's doing, is updating, so he's very involved. So, that's all I have, for the council's budget, so, I had to, potentially cut 31,000, and I was able to do so and get that to a sustainable point. So if you guys are good with that, we can move to the next.
So if insurance comes back more, then we'll just go out of cash reserve.
Yes, because if you do look back to this first sheet, and I'll just tell it to you, on this first sheet, we actually have revenues of $4,028,000, and I got the budget down to $4,024,000. So there's around $4,000, not a lot, but it would be $8,000. So we don't have that much more to increase out of that. Also, remember with health insurance that people come on, people come off. And so usually in that line, we usually come in under budget on that line as well. I can't tell you that someone's going to get married or someone's going to have kids or what they're going to do, or someone quits. And then the next person we get is employee only. That usually saves us every year. Is, I hate to say, we do have some turnover or some changes in policies, or a wife from spousal carve-out, she gets a job, right? So then she comes off our health insurance too. So I think we'll be fine as far as that's concerned. And then if we get to the end of the year, I'm watching budgets, we come in under on another area, or if we had to, we could do an additional appropriation, but we're so close there on that, I think we could handle it, is what I'm saying.
Plus we'll have that week of vacation buyout change, which will affect it.
Not council's budget, but other budget, in the general fund, yes.
Right. But then also changes that you have listed here, that you said were included on your,
The other one, we could do those as well.
if we need to.
Yes, we could do those as well. Correct.
You're saying between the health insurance change that might happen, plus any type of cost of living adjustment, or anything, it's like we can be pretty close to a breaking without making significant changes. And that's just looking at the cost of living adjustment column over. And the bonuses, that's something that we can do regardless of the cost of living. You know, the two are
Budget.
technically mutually exclusive, even though it affects their pay. I'm just saying, we have the ability to visit both of those.
Okay, so our next budget is Janet McClellan's, planning and zoning. And again, very simple, this was a very easy budget for me to cut. I just took it out of dumpsters. She had a budget in 2025 of $10,000. We did do something different in the city this year. Our HR director, she retired, and the mayor had a great idea, and he went to us and asked us, would it be possible if we could just absorb that position in-house? I have some really qualified girls in my office. Connie Wells comes from BTI. That's one of my new hires. She worked there for 25 years. She handled health insurance. She handled payroll. She's very, very good. And then Jill Bennett. And then Kathy Hunter was Kroger for 30 years? Wasn't she at Kroger for 30 years? So we split those duties up for HR between us. And so Kathy Hunter took on safety, and she's doing all the safety things. So what I was able to do with her budget, her salary, was split it, put it over with water and wastewater, because she's doing their stuff too. So that's one of the things you can do. She is doing their stuff for safety and everything. So her wages, I was able to cut. She still works, she's full-time, she works, but her wages were able to be split. So that freed up some money for Janet's budget, and we just gave her more money for her dumpsters. But 15,000 was where we originally started, and then when we started doing the numbers, I said, I could cut 2,000 off that. So she's still getting more money at 13,500. Yeah, so that was an easy cut.
Well, when we split those responsibilities.
Oh, Susan too, I forgot. Oh, I'm so sorry.
Took on part of those tasks.
Oh, I feel bad.
It is working for me.
Susan's doing all workers' comp. She has a lot more duties to do now, and it is hard for Susan, but Susan also, you have to remember, came from the bank for all those years, and she ran it, right? She did it all. And so Susan's very good as well.
The job's
Which was great. And how much did that save us? Like 12,000? I mean, seriously, by being able to do that? I mean, I think that's what we were paying her, so. Yeah. Yeah, yes. Yeah, so more than that. Okay. So now we're on to the fire department budget. Look back window up top. What I did with fire and police, you'll see, I was able to, because I have access to all of that, on the next page as well, you can see what every single position on the page after that, you'll be able to see names, and you'll be able to see what positions they have and what they're paid. So, and where they are on the salary line. Most of them in the fire department, they have a 3-year tier, so they're all at that 3rd year, so they're all making the top pay. We do have a new gentleman that is not, and he's new. And then it shows you what your chief pay is, your assistant chief, your lieutenant, and your captain pays, what they are. And then at the very end, it shows the total of what they're being paid. Now, obviously, this is not including overtime or benefits, but this is their salary line items, what they're being paid. And I did this for police and fire because we're not into the, I don't think we're in the business to pad their budgets any, so I wanted to figure out what exactly they're making, and this is it. So we needed $640,000 to fund their wages in that department for now wages only. We're not talking against overtime or benefits.
Yeah, this is what they're done, this is what they're done.
That is not what their W-2 is, so if you wanted to see a W-2, you would see overtime, clothing allowance, you would see all their benefits that they have in that. This is not here for you guys to go, oh, they're not making a lot of money. This is here literally for budget purposes, because when I get a budget from them, I'll be honest with you, for police and fire both, I'm going to get a budget that's floated, and you can see it in here, that's going to be floated maybe $150,000 more than what they need. And so I wanted to see exactly what they actually needed and then be able to cut it. It's easy for me. So I did that. Fire does their budgets a little bit differently. They break it out as far as chief, assistant chief, and then firefighters. Their perf wages are right there because, again, before we were talking earlier, the city of Brazil does cover both the 6% of their perf benefits as well as that perf benefit has went up from 17% and now we're at 20% of their actual top pay is what we pay. So for each fireman, it's an added bonus to them of $135 biweekly of the 6% that we pay, and most cities and towns do not pay that 6%. But we cover that for them. So it's $135 per pay, and then around $500 per pay for their pension outside of that. And we do that on the general side for other employees too, because we pay 11.2% of their salaries for their pension perf, but our employees pay a match of 3%, and all employees in the city pay that 3% out of their paychecks for their match. But just as a benefit to police and fire, we cover their portion that they should pay. In this overtime, there was $85,000. I took it to $70,000, back to the 2025 numbers. Pump ladder certification of 6,500, that was in CCD last year, so again, I moved it back over there, and as well as fire apparatus of 20,000, I moved that back over. So total amount of money I cut from the fire department was 150,760. And when I say cut, I mean just submitted budget. Any questions? All right, on to the police department. Same thing for the police department. You can see on the second page where they are with their officers. What saves their budget every year? You'll see, and probably this year as well for the police department, you will probably see they will be way under budget this year for the police department. Their turnover rate is quite immense. I mean, they have a high turnover rate. We've tried everything, and it just continues. They also have been, for the last year, down 2 employees. They have been deployed in the military. One of which has no time, and so we're not paying her current salary at all. And then the other employee had a lot of time, but burned through it all, and now they're out of time. So we won't pay their salary either. So although we have 14 individuals in their salaries lines, they're not paying that because these people are getting deployed. So it's not costing us anything outside of perf benefits, and we are required to pay their pensions. Still, contribute to their pension plans. But, so their budgets are, and you know this, Angie knows this, Steve knows, I mean, we have talked about this through the years. They'll come in and say, hey, I have 100,000 in this line. That's why. It's not because we're coming in under budget on what we originally budget. It's just because they're down. But for sake of purpose, I went ahead and I listed all 14 of them on here, and what their wages would be. So I would not suggest moving that budget down at all. They're only paying 12 right now, but I would still say let's keep 14 in there. And that would be the amount of money they would need, $695,000. When you look back up, they have theirs broken down as well. And down at the bottom, those little blue, I went ahead and removed the chief and the assistant chief from the top because they're not actually, in that realm of things. In the budget, they're lined differently. The chief has his own line, and then you have the assistant chief. They also have a clerical position there, a secretary. And then their vacation buyout, I moved it down 1,000. I just put it back to 25. Their perf, I lowered. I configured their perf out based on the top rate of pay. He probably moved it up based on if there was an increase. And then the officers, I was able, you could see there, 72,000 I was able to take out of his budget. By doing this spreadsheet, I could see what they made. And the workers' comp did have to go up. They weren't budgeting enough for workers' comp, so I had to move that up 11,000. Oh, and I said 20% for perf. It's actually 23% now of the top pay. So that's what that went to. And you can see that down at the bottom.
So then we'll be phasing out that vacation buyout as well.
By 27, right? Yeah. And so if you're able to get that out for both departments, it's going to be pretty similar. So you'll be saving 70,000 by the 2 departments for vacation buyouts, at least in the budget. Now, this isn't saying they budget this much, but they might not all take it. So that could be extra money in their budget, but yes, you would phase all that out, and that would be a savings of that, correct. But they are contractual, so. Any questions on that? So that's your general fund. So if you guys are okay with those, the budget's balanced in the general fund. The only thing, again, outside of that is going to be raises and cost of living adjustments. You'll have to make a decision on that. Ordinances will be coming in October, in November, maybe November, actually. We have to have, I don't know, it may be, if we're giving a cost of living adjustment, we're going to have to make those decisions for salary ordinances. And then the bonuses will be decided whenever. I think the mayor, did he step out? I don't know if he had a phone call, or he had a suggestion for public safety where to take their bonuses from. And I'm going to say this is his suggestion, and I think it's a great one. Public safety LOIT. We do have a cash reserves in our public safety LOIT, around $250,000 right now. So you could take their bonuses from that area. Everyone else's in the general fund, you could take from general cash reserves. You could take it from oil revenues. We use that a lot. Rainy day, there's some money in rainy day fund. And then
Do
obviously
we have
anything.
those anywhere? Do we?
I do not have those totals. But if you're interested in one of those areas, I can give it to you. I can give you rough estimates. Oil revenue is going to be, cash reserves around 30,000. And rainy day is going to be around 80,000. And then obviously you could see the cash reserves for the general fund.
Do the fire and police have specific items that have to be replaced, like they age out kind of thing, kind of equipment?
So, they do have a vehicle lease for the police department on their cruisers. So, this would be a concern going forward, because obviously we know, that's why I'm giving you guys the information on the potential possibility of budget cuts. So when we look at budget cuts and we look at funding salaries, right, and you look at the difference of what are we spending on salaries, and 85 to 90% of your budget is salaries. How are you going to replace equipment, right? 10%. Especially in a place like the police department and the fire. The fire has a big truck, right? $1 million is what it's going to cost for one truck, and because they don't have take-homes or anything, vehicles that they have to drive. They have one truck. We are lucky in our fire department for the fact that we just bought, 3 years ago we bought that truck, so we should be good in the fire department for quite some time. Your police department and those vehicles that they have probably a lifespan of around 4 to 5 years. They get wrecked, they start to wear and tear because that's all they do is drive them. So their vehicles will need to be replaced. But what's affordable and what's not, this is decisions you guys have to make. I can just tell you what I see come into that office, and new tires and brakes and oil changes and all the stuff that it takes to maintain one. And then the cost to buy one. They used to be able to go out and buy cars for around $25,000 to $30,000, I think. But now I think the vehicle prices are up so much that they're around $40,000 for a vehicle. So right now, we have a lease out, and we did buy them all new cars.
Do you remember the dates on all that by chance?
2 years ago. 2 years ago, I think we bought them all new Durangos, most of them. There's still maybe 2 of them that drive the older cars, but it might be Albert Waters, which is our special officer. He's a regular. He's always here. And then maybe one of the newer gentlemen drives one of the old cars. Outside of that, they pretty much all have Durangos. And the Durangos, I did look to see the amount of money that is left on the Durango payments, and it's $221,000, and I'm going to suggest paying that off of this bond we'll get to. So we'll have that paid for. But going forward, again, we're probably 3 years away, which we'll have a bigger picture at that time to know where we're going to be financially. But you're going to have to do something with those cars, because they're going to need vehicles if you want them patrolling. I mean, it just is what it is.
Did you leave those lease payments in this though, for now?
CCD, I did not.
For the police, did you already pull them out?
Of CCD, because those are in the CCD fund, I did pull them out.
You did.
I did pull them out, and so that's where we're going to go next. So let's just go ahead and jump in there. It's just 2 little sheets of paper. These are super fast, super easy to go through. This is our cumulative capital improvements and our cumulative capital development. So in CCI, this is cigarette tax money that we receive. This pretty much won't go down. And we do not very much in this. $1,700 I leave in there for city hall repairs, and the rest of the money goes towards sidewalks. So we don't get to do a lot of sidewalks every year because there's just not any money to do so unless we were to do a bond or something. But for now, $13,000 in sidewalks. Pretty simple, didn't cut this, just is what it is. Next one is CCD. You'll see that fire apparatus there, you'll see the ladder trunk, recerts, and some pagers that are in there. Those are all things that we've removed from their budget, and they were in there last year and will be again this year. Building maintenance, $16,500 if the AC unit. I don't see us using this money here per se, but we could use it for the police department. We could use it for the garage. Any building that is owned by the city, even water and wastewater, to be honest with you, if they needed that, that would be money we would go there. There's some miscellaneous fees there that we have, so $4,000 could be spent on engineers, or consulting fees could be spent on Thrive, could be spent on something of that nature. MVH, there's $10,000 there. I took that out, but I need to put it back in because he needs that $10,000 in there. So actually, I'm going to make that change because that's his Bobcat. So go ahead and you can put that back in. And then you have the police cars. And this, we are spending $44,210. I'm going to, like I said, suggest taking that out, and until we know more, especially with the finances, let's pay off that debt, and they should be good for another 2 years or so before we would have to replace that. Mayor, was it 2 years ago we got all those Durangos?
I think so.
I think they'll be good. Do you agree? You think they'll be good for another 2 or 3 years?
Well, I hope.
Yeah.
No.
Sounds like they might have to.
Yeah. And I mean, if it turns out that they pass that bigger tax and we have some more money, great. You know what I mean? No worries. But at least we can prepare. Okay. So that's it for that. So we went through 4 and 5. So now we're on to the lease rental bond. Unless you have questions about anything with the budget, or do you want to talk about the bond first, and then if you want to go back, we can. Just, let's move on to the bond, the next item on the agenda, and then we can always go back to the budget because this may affect the budget, the lease rental bond. All right, so Brian and I'll take over on this, and then Brian, you'll jump in, and Shane too. So, you don't have anything for this.
Okay.
You just use your paper and pen to write yourself notes on this. Brian and I were approached, about 2 weeks ago by Brenda with Bose McKinney. She has been an attorney for us through some bonding that the city has done over the years, and she's really smart and just great. She approached us and said that she'd been looking over our finances and noticed that there's a bond that has come available for us. And it would be in the city's best interest to do this bond because of our tax rates and just some financial stuff. She'd been talking with Jason Simlar from Baker Tilly, and then so wanted us to just know that maybe we could do a conference call and get on the call with her. We looped Shane into the conference call because Shane financially, this is what he does for a living, and I thought Shane would be the best person, the both of us did, for this. Not that you guys are not, but I'm just saying that Shane would be in on this conversation, and then you guys are also invited to be looped in, but this was just a informational conversation we were having, not decisions by no means. We got on the conference call with her, and we started talking about the ability to do some bonding. Would we we had 2 options. We could do a general obligation bond, or we could do something called a lease rental bond. You guys are familiar with both. Lease rental was what we did with the roads. We did the paving lease rental bonds of 13 and 16. And then we have some general obligation bonds out there as well. The construction bonds from 18 and 19, or 19 and 20, those are GO bonds. They're completely different in how they work. GO bonds are short. Paving or lease rental bonds are a little bit longer. They're stretched out. But the fact of the matter is, what we learned on this conversation is that the laws are changing for bonding abilities. We discussed maybe doing some of these smaller GO bonds and say, we'll do $1 million bond. And then maybe next year, we could do another one. And then the next year after that, because we have so much bonding ability that we can do. And then the third year, do another one. Or you could do this big one and then stretch it out, right? What was better for us? Well, everyone that we spoke with on the phone, all the professionals that deal with this on a regular basis, Jason Simlar from Baker Tilly explained to us that he had some good information that suggests that the laws will be changing on bonding, which means that going forward in 2026, starting in 2026, it will be very hard to get a bond. Very hard, very difficult. It will have to go on a referendum, and it will be up for a vote. So kind of like, we talk about this a lot with different taxes, but food and beverage tax, for instance, be great to have, but you literally have to go out to businesses and get them to petition that they want to do it. Then you have to take it to your congressman, then they have to present it to the House, and then blah, blah, blah. So it's a challenge to get it. Annexation, right? We just tried the annexation process in the mayor. How many weeks did you, 2 weeks straight, you sat there and you had to, and then it just was a bust. That's how bonds will be going forward. It is going to be very difficult to get one. So, general obligation bonds, we said, all right, that's probably going to be really hard going forward because almost impossible to get them. So let's just do the race limit bond. And so with the lease rental bond, we asked them, the next question was, how much ability do we have to do projects within the city of Brazil? And their comment was between 4 and 4.5 million. We said, okay, what's the catch? Well, the catch is we have to come up with our projects pretty quick. We will have 3 years to spend the money, so we can really get down to some projects that maybe have been neglected or needing to be done. The mayor, I tell him, and he's like, ooh. He's like, I've got all kinds of things we can do, you know. And you start thinking, but then he goes, wait, but when we really start talking about projects, the money might not go as far as you think. So let's really sit down and let's really start discussing what may be. So the things I know of that I would like to put in the bond, I'm just going to go through real quick, and that would be the police vehicle leases. Like I suggested earlier, that would be $221,000 to pay those off. There was also something that's in the budgets if you look back, and like I said, those were the police taser leases. This would free up $30,000 a year. I don't know what the amount of that lease is. I'm guessing $120,000 because when I talked with Dennis yesterday, which I'm really hopeful if he comes today that he will have an amount for me, but those are something they were required to have, and they're not just tasers, because I was like, oh, are they tasers? You know, how much did we? And he goes, no, they're the camera systems too, so when they pull somebody over, this is, it's a law. I figured I just took the $30,000 and I multiplied by 4, $120,000 for that. Outside of that, I've talked with the mayor, but I'm going to let him take over on some other projects he thinks might be, and this is just, I wrote them down, but it might help me here.
Well, getting back to the bond ability, one thing that's a concern is though if we don't do it, they're going to reduce our bonding ability. You know, it's kind of very easily be use it or lose it thing. And, you know, I mean, that's a lot of money. But, you know, for example, we can always we got a lot of bad sidewalks. You know, you can spend whatever you want to spend there. One thing that was brought up, and which I think would be a good project, is paving the cart paths on the golf course. I did get some estimates on that to pave. There's 4 miles of cart paths over there. It's $490,000. Also, the walking track out of Craig Park, the same way. You know, that was the intent on that originally. Just ran out of money to pave that. It's $313,000. And you know, there's some parking lots out there too. If you want to pave them, that's another $108,000. So that's just in black. Also, I think, Karen, if we weren't mistaken on that, that money could be used for match money. So if we could find grants or things out there, you know, and the tough thing would be to do and I think what Friday was the cutoff date, is try to come up with $4 million worth of projects.
So, we have another conference call. I'm going to,
You know what I'm saying? That's not easy to do, but,
Friday, we have to have that
the
list.
pool, you know, toss that around, and if we were gonna get rid of the pool and add to the splash pad, you know, you could spend $500,000 real easy on the splash pad and a recovery system for the water. Demo and get rid of that pool is probably $150,000. Tear it down, so, but those are just 2 or 3 things that, kind of makes sense to me. Like say that, that golf course is, I think, really important to the community. And the only way that course will never have $500,000 saved up in reserves to do this pass. It's just impossible. So I've always felt like in order to do those, there's always going to be a bonding issue. But like say the bond itself, like say my biggest concern is losing the ability to eat, or getting their ability, you know, cut back on they're allowed to bond. That could change real quick.
Can you tell me again what the amounts were, just, and you can round up? So 500,000 for golf course, walking path was 315.
Yeah, I mean, these are
And what was the parking lots?
$490 on the golf cart pass.
315,
205 on the asphalt walking trails out of Craig Park.
205?
And
Okay.
if you want to asphalt them lots out there, it'd be another 108.
Okay.
That was the 313 that you gave. Well, that's what I wrote, was it for Craig Park, okay.
100,000 for,
313 would be the total if you've done the lots and the.
And the track,
Yeah, that's going 8 foot wide on the
track.
loop. So like I say, we've got a lot of little bad sidewalks in town. But like I say, the difficult part too, if we want to start identifying projects, is try to get estimates and things like that together
Like
that
Friday.
quick. You know, like I say, we could designate, say, well, we'll spend $300,000 on sidewalks or something of that nature, you know, at least put a number. But if I understand the experts right, like I say, that our bonding ability can very easily be reduced if you're not at your maximum limit.
or very hard, and very hard to get.
Well, that too, but,
So right now with what you just,
don't just want to go in debt to be doing something, but I think we can come up with some very needed situations if, we'll just be doing something.
so if you did golf cart paths, the walking paths and the parking lots, and then paid off the vehicles, paid off the tasers, I'm at 1.154. So you still have money,
All room.
yeah, sidewalks, a new splash pad, if you wanted to do something with the pool. There's a lot of room there still.
But didn't they say the term on this can be up to 20 years?
Yes,
So I don't
but we
think it's-
have 3 years to spend it.
I don't think it's a good idea to pay off, lease car leases and some of those leases like that and terming that out for 20 years. The useful life on those, maybe
Yeah.
just 3 more years, so.
I see that.
When we were discussing this initially, it was a GO bond that was gonna be paid in years.
That's
So
true.
That made a lot more sense to me, but, trying to bury, $300,000 in a vehicle debt or equipment-related debt, for 20 years, just, I don't think that's.
Well, you don't want to take on debt that won't outlast the project.
Yeah, that's true. That's a very good, but then we
All the
have,
other projects that you brought up, they're easily 15-plus year projects.
Would like we talked about having a community building. Would that be involved in this possibly
That would be
too?
a qualified event, or project, probably, Brad, to do something
But we have to move fast. That's what we're trying to say
Yeah,
too,
and-
unfortunately.
We need to talk to them again and see if that can be extended, because
Which what?
this time frame is Friday. I mean, we just found out.
She wants a list, and then Monday is another conference call. But she wanted the list by Friday so she could try to work it in. So I think if you give them, I mean, she may just say, just be vague on the list. I don't know. So a community building,
The sidewalk, or.
Sidewalks.
If we really went out that big way, you could spend $1 million on sidewalks.
Oh, yeah.
More,
Yeah.
you know,
Yeah.
and we got a lot of that.
it's just, I guess, the...
Challenge there will be finding somebody to do it.
Yeah.
And so I guess kind of what she was wanting is just an idea of what, or I was thinking maybe you guys giving ideas of things that are big
Well, like I say,
projects
if-
that you
if
wanted to see
put
done.
Something, I wonder if they would take it as this town, okay, well, Parks and Recreation.
Ah,
X
for
amount,
sure.
You know, X amount.
Yeah.
Yeah, that would cover all the bases.
Well, yeah, and I kept thinking you were going to mention it, but that playground equipment has to figure into this.
Sure.
We just ignore
It
that year
is a
after year,
one-shot
especially
deal.
Craig Park, but definitely at
The
Forest
wooden
Park.
stuff
Ah.
needs to,
I will say that Mikey Bemis did say the other day when he was in here, he was discussing the playground equipment with me, and he said, oh my gosh, I would love to see the playground equipment redone. He's the board president out at Carbon, and he got a grant maybe for that playground equipment. Now, we've never been in that position because we've had bigger things to do than to do something like that, but maybe they would give us some suggestions on and matching to do a playground. So just Parks and Rec maybe. That's a good
Like I
idea.
say, that fall, if we could do it blanket, say, okay, we're going to spend on Parks and Recreation.
Yeah, $2 billion.
Yeah. You know, something.
That's smart, yeah.
we have that book, if you guys remember when we
5-year
first
plan?
got on
Yeah,
it.
that 5-year.
Have you looked in it to see, oh yeah, let's do that?
I used to bring that first of the year to meetings, and I haven't done that, but yeah, you're right.
We tried to pick off the low-hanging fruit.
Right. We
did.
Allow that, because some of it looked like it was not attainable. You know, there is something in that book, low-hanging that would be nice to see, and I think it's something to be done. There's an archway coming into town at the old railroad grade. You know, there's renderings of it. That could be a very real possibility.
Oh,
Yeah,
that's a great
We talked about that
idea.
before, about like in Brownsburg. They had that big archway that kind of,
We could, you know,
That would be really neat.
we got local talent that can build it.
That would be something that would,
Maybe even the right of way, so we wouldn't have to.
we're never gonna come up with money for stuff like that. So maybe that's something to
Right.
consider doing.
Well, it's like I say, the golf course will never have $500,000 to spend on park things. They do well to, you know, stay in the black. That's a tough market.
Really tough. A lot of golf courses, especially municipal golf courses, are, they're losing, $100,000 plus a year, in some cases, $500 plus a year. And ours, believe it or not, is still in the black, but barely, but
So anyhow, that's.
It's nice to
like I
know.
said, I'd hate for us to lose our bonding power get reduced. You know, that would come about, but.
And so the whole morning's been doomsday kind of. I felt like I thought, oh, I have to go to this budget meeting and I have to make all these, give all these suggestions and talk about all these cuts and different things and how the finances of the city. And then all of a sudden it's been pretty stressful. But then this bond got dropped on our laps and I went, we can actually do some
There may
things in
be
this
some
town.
things you can do with that city street department or something. Put money in there, but route it out. Like if you want to use bond money to do bonuses or stuff like that. There's kind of a way to do it, but it's a little tricky.
But I did like, though, that we could just do these projects,
Oh, yeah.
Stuff people could see. We've done so much work with the water and the wastewater,
Well, these.
and you can't see that.
The intent was to pave that out there when it all started, and it just, the cost just exceeded the risk of the earmark, so it's almost like finishing out some stuff. And like like I say, if we don't do anything with the splash pad, or, at least let's put a recirculating system in
Yeah.
it, so we're not losing all that water. Where the pool thing, wherever that goes, but it's,
I just think the pool, though, when you look at it, if you guys are not willing to maintain it, I would sure hate to see it closed down and just sitting there as an eyesore.
well, I don't think anybody's not willing to maintain it, it's just
Well,
affordability.
Yeah, absolutely,
You know?
but how do you pay for it?
Well, it's like I'm saying, parks just aren't concerned to make money. Yeah, and that, playground equipment, that's expensive. How long's that wood one been?
See, that's,
Oh, man.
I don't have to
30 years.
over there helping, it's
Yes.
all volunteer deal.
you look, the sign on it says 1991.
Yeah.
So, and everybody says, well, we get that nice playground. Well, yeah, it's, 30-some years old here now.
Yeah.
If you don't mind getting splinters.
And the swings that are over there, we all used as kids, And-
Bridges,
And I'm on the
bridges.
community foundation,
I still
and
do.
Carbon, Corey, Bowling Green just got a grant, and Poland got one, Clay City got one, for their parks. And I was at Corey the other day for the festival. Brian, you could see it from your stand, but I'm not all thrilled with all that plastic stuff, but they got a $100,000 playground down there last year, and it's pretty cool looking stuff. Plus, over here, we use pea gravel, and that's not a standard for playgrounds anywhere anymore. It's supposed to be that rubber
Rubber
mulch.
tire,
Yeah.
tire
Yeah.
recycled.
Which they've got at Corey. I stuck my hand down in to check it out, but those are things that, we have good bones for parks here, but we've neglected them.
Well, that's, out there,
Yeah. Behind East Side?
yeah,
Yeah.
it'd be nice for a couple shelters to be there, maybe even a basketball court. That park, or that idea was never designed to be a grand park, but it'd be nice in that neighborhood.
But you go to a lot of bigger communities, Noblesville, Fishers, right? You're up at Noblesville. They have beautiful parks
Oh,
and beautiful,
yes, they do.
but they have activities for
Sure.
people to do. And it would be nice to give us,
They've got revenue.
give us ability to have, right, but we have an
That's-
opportunity to do something with our parks now,
But that's what draws
Yes,
things to our community.
Absolutely.
And businesses.
golf course, just like you said. I mean, we have, what did you tell me the other day? What kind of golf course do we have?
It's a Pete Dykes on golf course.
Yeah. And folks come from-
Something, and this may be kind of off track on it, but, my guess is that Betty French they're gonna be selling that ground out there. I know Thrive is trying to buy on the north side of the road for housing development. But there's about 40 acres on the south side of the road, it's all that woods and stuff. Be nice if we could get hold of that, it's contiguous to us. Out there at Craig Park, we don't own very far inside that wooded area.
No, it's probably about 50 yards at the
Yeah,
most. I mean, it's not very far back
But,
in there.
If we could find out, I think there's a trust or something, to find out who we could talk to if they have an interest in selling that ground.
Where's it at?
Well,
Out there.
it'd be on the west side of Craig Park,
Yeah, as you go
joins it.
out that way, all that wooded area.
Even though you don't have to have a project in mind for or something, but they might in 30 years.
Is that what they talked about?
When the ground comes for sale and it's hooked to you,
Would that be where the bike path that Doc Johnson was in and wanted to
Well,
do, and he
they
couldn't
wanted
get
to
them
go
to,
through that
but they
area.
couldn't get them to,
Railroad break, but they kept running into problems there. But anyhow, I was wondering if that ground, if it's something's gonna be done with it, if we could have an opportunity to make a run at it. It wouldn't.
You would think the French family would be interested because they've not done anything with that for
No,
ever. I mean,
I knew Thrive was in contact with them about that on the north side. That's where most Tilden Road is.
yeah.
They wouldn't give them their contact list. But
Thrive wouldn't?
we could do a land procurement there. That's a lot of value. Like I said, maybe not even in our lifetime, but at some point it happened. Look at it. You know, there's we could do nature trails.
Yeah, for sure.
Things like that, but it seems to be really popular.
Yeah, because we don't have anything like that either. You're absolutely
It
right.
connects all the way back in there by,
Would it
the
connect
cemetery
to,
and stuff, that back end.
Brian, would it connect to this track that we're going to do as well? You could
Well, yeah.
head that way.
I mean, I think when I looked on the GIS, it seemed like we had about 40 acres. Something like that. Those tracks around.
I just know that bike path that they have in Sillyville and Terre Haute, they talked about connecting all of them. So the more land you can buy that potentially people could do that in the future would be great.
Yeah, the problem we had is our railroad track coming in from Cedarville, it's all been taken over by other things where, yeah. So at one time, that was the thing, was to take it from Cedarville all the way through on that railroad. and back
Know
up.
any of the
Shut down.
Frenches, I know there's a couple of girls.
Yeah, but I
Yeah,
don't,
Kathy French.
I
Sally.
wonder if anybody knew how to contact, would have any idea.
two of them live in Florida, and
Who you could contact.
Reed
Even
Eagleson.
ask if they would be interested in selling that to the city. I don't know anybody that knows that yet,
Yeah.
I guess. We'll work on that.
Let me nose around on that, yeah.
Now, who's lived in their house there now?
I don't know if anybody has.
I mean, it's been quite a few years ago, maybe about like 20 years ago. I remember driving up in there and there was someone there talking to them.
No, I bet it.
Well, yeah, she lived there until a couple of years ago.
Yeah.
But like I said, most of the tillable ground and the bigger tract of ground is on the side, north side of the road there. That'll be worth checking into. Better.
Okay, so also you asked a question about negotiations. Fire negotiations starts 2026, for 2026, January 1st, 2027. Clint seems to think that that is the same for the police. So January 1st of 2027, the contract opens. So it would be effective not until 28.
Right. That's right.
I also have a text on here. Yeah.
It was fine earlier, and then
Do what?
Okay, we're going to break for lunch then? Is everybody good for that? We're going to break for lunch. When we come back from lunch, on your agenda, you can see what is next. We'll start meeting with supervisors. Unless you have questions for them, in certain circumstances, they won't know what has been done with their budget. I did not discuss very much with them on their budget a little bit, because I didn't know if it would be, we were going to stick with it or not. So Brian Venus is at 1, our park board, Marv Moon, and then maybe Elaine will be here. 2 p.m., Janet McClellan. Our police chief will be here at 2:30, and our fire chief at 3. And then we'll close for the day. Sound good? Okay, I will let Susan know to pause this.
get back with us on that. You can get back with us, okay?
Sorry. I used that at the beginning, sorry.
Brian, how are you? I didn't hear.
He's gonna get back to us.
Appreciate that. Send me a memo on that, would you please?
Do we want to pull this over here so if they have questions for them that everybody could hear? Or do we just want to give him the microphone so that he could just speak into it and then that way he could sit down? Or no?
Have questions?
They may prefer though, is what I meant.
Well,
You have a quorum, sir.
we've got a forum. Our street
Hi, Brian.
superintendent is here to go over his budget. Got any questions? Now's the time to ask.
Brian is obviously, you guys know, street, local roads and street, cemetery, and sanitation superintendent. So any of those departments we discussed, he will have the answers for.
Have you had a chance to review what your budget?
Yeah.
Karen, there were some cuts.
There were some cuts and changes, really. So we discussed paying off your truck in street. So we'll pay that off with cash reserves. We did we're not removing, how do we want to say this, transferring the payment of one of your gentlemen to water and wastewater, or wastewater. We may do 50/50 on their pay, or we may just do 100% out of our sewage department for one of your employees. It doesn't matter who, it just needs to be one of them, and their health and everything. So we're just removing them from the budget.
You're not gonna lose anybody,
Right.
but they're just gonna be paid for the difference.
Right.
For MVH. And then on MVH, let me look through it real quick.
On your part-time,
And that was really the biggest difference we made in his actual budget. Brian, your workers' comp liability in your budget, I had to increase that. That's part of the reason we had to remove that. It's 78, around that 78,000 range for the workers' comp. So we had to adjust that. And then, in your local roads, and so anyway, so do we just want to, so do you have any questions about any of that? Because that's kind of all there is in your MVH. Okay. Do you guys have any questions about him in the street department area? Or local roads and streets? It gained workers' comp. You can kind of see that. And the truck lease paid off. And truck repairs, I had to lower that by $3,500 to get that to balance.
what about the reduction of hours?
That's sanitation, so we'll get there. Cemeteries, we just decreased the mowing because of contractual. Long's lawn care is contractual, and we could lower it $3,500 because I looked at the contract to see what the amount was, and it will be okay to be at $44,000 instead of $47,000. So that was easy enough to do that cut there. Other than that, nothing in cemeteries. And then the last one was sanitation. And in sanitation, we had 2 workers, and if you look at that sheet, it will say personal services, 2 workers each, and what they make, and what their annual wages are. And the suggestion of putting them at 18 hours a week instead of 28 hours per week. And the council decided that they would want them to decrease them 10 hours each per week. They would we'll try 5 and see if 5 works. And I'm speaking out of turn here, but I think that a concern was that there won't be enough time to pick up limbs and sticks, and they don't want to lose that service. And so if that becomes an issue, you'll let the mayor know, and then he'll let them know.
So 23 hours is what we were talking about instead of 20.
Just wondering if we would be better off to have off maybe in January, February, and then keep their hours up.
Yeah, because all your pickup stuff's gonna be spring, fall, and summer.
Yeah. It slides off early.
This is why we meet with them.
Maybe better off to do that, and that way we keep them there. Because the wind is a big part of it.
Who's doing that?
Harley Wilson and Mike McCoy. I think we would be better off to not have them in the winter, and
Yeah.
winter months, and then.
Money-wise, then it'd probably be as broad as it is long.
Well, that's, it'd be more seasonal type, basically.
Yeah.
Yeah, kind of.
So you would save 1,600 times 2. Yeah, I mean, $3,200, $400, roughly, plus all the taxes and stuff, right? You're just talking about January, February?
Yeah, we could figure that out,
Okay.
where we need to get to where we need to be, but if we could not have them in the winter months, it would be a lot better than not having them that many hours in the summer.
So that could negate having to move some of their wages into water, or would you still want to do that? Just let that out?
If we could avoid that, that would be good.
Okay. Then let's do that, and you keep them at 28 then? All right.
To back them up a little bit more too, if we need to, like we're off after, say, the 10th of December or something.
Yeah.
You know, whatever works for us.
I think Marv kind of does that with his budget too, with his part-time. So you're going to call them seasonal then?
So we'd do that this
So then what that changes, Beamer, though, that changes their benefits, does it?
That's the only other thing.
That would be the only problem, is that now we give them sick time, vacation time.
Yeah, I was gonna bring it up, there's a difference between seasonal and part-time. Part-time does receive part-time benefits.
So these guys would, right.
But, and there's one of them called full-time seasonal or something.
We have part-time regular and part-time. Yeah, so seasonal is just that. We basically, they're only there for the season, it's whatever season, just months, basically, is what it stands for, and then they don't get benefits. But what's to say you couldn't just write something up to give these guys some benefits? But then,
You'd have to leave them as part-time.
but then
They
it,
they get, basically, they don't get 2 weeks vacation, they get one, they get half the sick days, but basically, everything's cut down.
But-
I don't know that they get insurance.
No, they don't.
but what they would do is then, I'm just thinking ahead, in January and February, when you had them off, that's when they would use their time. They'd use their sick time and vacation time. That would be the smart thing to do, if that's what I would do.
They may or may not.
A lot of guys take vacations and go somewhere in the summer. I hate to get that out.
You know, there's a way of setting them off work for a couple months or 10 weeks or whatever it may be, and not calling a layoff, a furlough, or, you know, where they still maintain part-time, but they're just gonna be off for a certain amount of time.
You may have to be, I'm just speaking, but with the Parks Department, with those two guys, are we still going to call them seasonal too, or will you do the same thing for them?
No,
Okay.
This has nothing to do with farm, that's,
You also just reduce their hours, you know. Over that 2-week period, maybe they're only gonna be working about 10 hours, so they're not gonna see as many hours during those months, you know, where it's greatly reduced, but it's not zero.
There, here.
Yeah.
Just reduce it.
Because you're not gonna need them as much either. So,
No.
You know,
yeah, you take maybe December, January, February, you reduced hours, you make up the same amount you want to save. We don't have to change their status.
Right. So I don't think we want to change the status, we'd rather shift some of that budget over if we needed to, you know.
So when we do the ordinance, then we will just write this little thing in there for these two gentlemen, because when state board will come in and they'll read the policies, they would say, well, you're doing this for one and not for these. So we'll put this in there specially for these two guys, this position.
Well, the reduced hours will be an option.
What do you mean?
So
You wouldn't have them working for, right? You wouldn't have them working for 3 months, so they're not going to be employed.
Well,
They'd be working reduced hours.
Yeah, instead of working 28 hours of work now, they might work only 8 hours that week.
Right. Just
We
change.
figure it out. We'll figure out the okay.
You just, but your
Yeah.
budget would be built on so many hours a year,
Mhm.
Yeah,
you know what I mean? So however many hours that can calculate.
Yeah,
to.
I get it.
That's how you build your budget.
I think that way would work better than reducing hours.
Well, that would let you manage those hours too. Because
Yeah.
in the spring, they're going to need them for 28, but then,
Yeah.
you know, in the middle of the summer, or especially like right now, they're not going to, they can work less hours right now
Right.
too, you know, where you're not going to have a lot of those types of issues. And then pick it up when you need to.
So would we keep the budget the same that is proposed then?
She's going to adjust it accordingly to like total hours per year to fit that.
and if it doesn't work, I'll let you know. If there's, like, it's just too much and we have to put some over at the utility side, we'll do what we have to.
You know, you just, you want to reduce the hours to 10 hours. Then you just figure over the total year how many hours, and so it knows how much to, say, we work 4 hours a week and winter months or something. You still get to that point,
Yeah,
10 hours less.
that's going to look better. So then they stay regular part-time, their hours get adjusted in the winter.
They just have their winter hours.
When we get down to it though, I mean,
think
we're
you
going to
can
budget so much money, and when we get into it, if we get into a certain point, we have to do additional appropriations to accommodate this. We can't, Karen could move it around too, so.
Is it in ordinance that says 28 hours a week?
No, I don't think so. I think that what it says,
The ability to adjust him by his hours.
It's part-time.
I think that what it says is when you,
20 hours.
Right.
so what happens is when you get time off though, it is, your time off is equivalent to the same time that you work. So if I get a week's vacation, I get 40 hours vacation, if that's 1 week, because I work 40 hours. If I get, like, if you're working like Amber, she only works whatever 20 hours, so she technically a week, she gets 10 hours of vacation that week. That's a week for her. Well, 20 hours, so whatever it is.
Yeah.
20 hours count.
So we'll just go off, I mean, you just, yeah.
We're kind of doing it now.
That's all I have. That's all they did, and yours is like, sorry.
Works for me, as long as, we figure out how many hours we can do during the winter. And I think that'd be good.
Just let it be up to your discretion, is what you're saying, and I think that'll,
Well, I'm still gonna, need to know how many hours a year.
sure,
A year that you
sure.
work.
But you can adjust them as the year goes on how you feel the need.
If you're gonna cut them down by 5 hours per week, it'd be 260 hours a year per person. That's what you'd be cutting down. So,
That's what they'd be working, or what they'd be cutting.
Yeah, she,
cutting out.
Cutting out 260 hours.
yep. Because she just took it times, per person. She just took it times 26 pays, 10 times 26 pays. Good job, Angie.
So what would be their hours a year? How many hours left?
20, well,
What it works out to is about 22 to 23 hours per week. So she would build a budget, say, on 22 hours. So it's going to be cut down by about 6 hours a week. And that would be allowing them 5 hours a week for December, January, and February.
So we can work.
1196.
5 hours a week.
They can work 1,196 hours. And then you want to divide that by 26?
And
Right.
You can gauge that accordingly. Like, I think you just kind of go with the
Oh.
number budget and then tell you, this is about what the average hours would be per week on 52 weeks. And then, you can use more when you need it, less when you need it, up to the 28.
Yeah, well,
We kind of need 9 weeks of them being on
Right.
to make it full.
Well, could it be, Brian, like said, December through February, you're gonna have some weeks where you may not need them at all, but yet if we was to have like a heavy snow or something, would those guys come into play, being able to work more hours?
9 weeks out of the year, so I could probably work on mine every other week.
Yeah.
December, January.
If we have a lot of snow or something, then they would be available to help with
Yeah,
that.
if we have that situation, I can tell them, okay, next week we're gonna work.
Yeah.
We need, so.
I think that's the key. The key here is that you at your discretion. I mean, you're gonna have this much budget, and this is what the average hours would be all year long, so you can use that however you need to.
Or you could have one guy every week.
December, January, February. Yeah, do that too.
Yeah.
I gotta work out some best.
And where does the supervisor come in? Is he with these guys too, or duty-wise, what's he do? Is he on the truck picking up?
Gary Sanders, they're talking about sanitation.
Oh.
What's Gary do?
He's just listed under sanitation, but he does a lot of my cemetery stuff. But,
Okay.
In the Olympic and stuff, so does that under sanitation.
Okay.
Just paid for out of there because cemeteries is such a tight budget.
The street department.
Gotcha. Okay.
Good?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, thank you.
Thanks, Brian.
My favorite.
Yeah.
Just tell Connie to work with you.
Look
Connie can
for
work
it on
with you
your
on
next
that.
check.
On the hours, Connie
All
will be
right,
able to work with you. Yeah, yep. I'm gonna open this door because
They might be free.
may just leave it open until we have to close it.
Extended call.
Yeah, it could be that too. That's fine.
After here, today. Is it this one time we're gonna let you keep it?
Did you want to decide for sure about raises and bonuses and stuff?
everybody think? Well, Karen, you figured on, what, 3 different scenarios on bonuses?
I did, and then I also put in, just to give you an example of what a cost of living adjustment would look like. You know, and the cost of living adjustment, I mean, I'll just say again, if you did decide that you wanted to do that, I think that it is doable. I just think that there's some areas that we are going to have to move or cut back on. You know, because inevitably, when you look at the doomsday scenario that I gave you, it could change. That is the truth. I mean, it could change, and we're going to have to make some really big decisions if it does go that way anyway. So doing the cost of living adjustment, it's just keeping people up. I mean, that's what Shane, I mean, you kind of felt that way, and I know the mayor did too. I mean, I don't know.
It's a small amount, but it's just better than nothing, you know, whether we still do any bonuses or anything, that's a completely unrelated issue, but I'd like to see at least a 2% increase for cost of living being built into that, you know. We don't know what's down the road, except that it doesn't look like it's gonna be better, so the ability to do hardly anything after this year, I don't know what that's gonna look like. I don't know how a lot of things are going to look, to be honest. A lot of different departments might need some restructuring. Might even end up need to change the participation from 10% on the health insurance. If I calculated it earlier, if that went to 20%, that's a $75,000 change approximately. I mean, those are the kinds of things that we're going to be talking about next year, you know, for the 27 budget. It's coming. So, and I'm still trying to do anything at all this year. Is going to be better, in my opinion, than not building anything in this year or in the future years.
So whatever we do, we have to continue next year. I mean, you know, the year after.
I know. But we don't know what that's going to look like. Might not have the same number of employees. Could be a lot of restructuring stuff coming. And by taking away like the vacation buyout, reducing it, you know, that's almost an offset for that cost of living adjustment. And not everyone takes it, I understand, but the change there, the decrease versus like the increase for the cost of living, it's almost a wash from the budget standpoint. And so that kind of allows it to offset, especially if you take into consideration some of these other things that you listed out here. We could also axe one of those if we need to, you know, pick and choose it or whatever. But I think it gets us really close by making those changes. And now bonuses and stuff, I don't know. I think that's a completely different.
Bonuses will have to come from cash reserves, mayor. Public safety agreements that we thought maybe that public safety Lowit would cover those.
It cover public safety.
Yes.
The money's there in the low, I mean, what's in there, around 300?
250, I think, now, because we did a few things with it, projects for things that needed done.
On public safety, so it could be used for that.
Yeah, you must use some what the fire department gave me. Well, they gave me 2 different ones here though. One says 318,000 currently in Lowit, and the other one says 233,000.
They've probably come and gotten numbers at different times.
Yeah.
Regardless, I think we can find money for both. It's just what you want to do. One sticks, one doesn't. You could do both. The county did 4%, which I'm just throwing that out there. I don't know if that makes a difference, but
Well, we
I'd like
can't.
to see us do the 3,000 if we could, because to help offset a couple other things. One being, you know, the vacation buyout, that'll help soften that up a little bit. And I suspect we're gonna have a higher deductible in our insurance.
you're
Yeah.
saying a $3,000 raise?
Bonus, no, not a raise.
Okay,
We can't make that commitment to each other.
right.
Like I said, with all this new stuff coming down the track, I think we're gonna be in this every year, getting creative somehow. But
So if we give them a bonus out of the Lowit, then we can handle that for the rest of the city, the budget can
Well,
handle?
The water and wastewater will cover their own, and if they're a big bulk of this, the water and wastewater, so just the general fund.
Which would be MVH.
Planning, zoning, clerk's office.
The offices up here.
Yeah.
That sort of thing. That's where we would take the money for that.
I just think you would go into the general fund, we have a healthy balance in there. And then, again, we're gonna have a bigger picture next year, so I'm not saying we're gonna give this kind of a bonus every year. Next year, we may, depending on what happens with restructuring or what have you, you can do a raise next year maybe.
When would we give the bonus? At the first of the year, the end of the, when would that?
Normally we gave it around November, didn't we? So we didn't necessarily call
Prior
it
to
Christmas. Yeah, we didn't call it a Christmas bonus, though we gave it like in November.
I would suggest if it's a bonus financially for these people, if this is what we're giving them, I would suggest it in January. Because it's kind of like money for them in their pockets. Do you get what I mean? Maybe somebody wants it, and if we're giving them the option of using it in an HSA or giving it to
Would that
them.
be an issue?
No, not at all. I will make a list, and we'll just give them the option.
Using their HSA, why would you not
Yeah.
want to drop
The
it?
only thing, so for people that it would affect, why some people would not do want it in their HSAs, because they already put a bunch of money in their HSA, and there's a max that you can put in there every year. So some people won't want that, I would leave the option.
But in, right, as an employer,
It's combined.
Yeah, I think it is, yeah.
It's a combination, because we had an employee last year that he put too much in because of what we had already been putting in, and we had to give him the bank had to give him a refund. So, but I would leave the option to them, though, because I honestly believe that you have had plenty of people come to you, Brian, you've had plenty of people come to you asking you about the HSA money, or a few.
it'd just be an option.
Oh, and you too, Angie.
After the first of the year, then you guys would be available to give the bonus, right? You said you could write that in.
You could do that for yep. It just has to be written into the ordinance.
Is that us too?
That's it, yes. It just has to be written in the ordinance, and we can verify that with Lou, but I believe it is a fact. It's like anything, like the HSA money, as long as it was in the ordinance, you're eligible for it. It just has to be in the ordinance.
I like the idea of a bonus more than 2%. Just because it's ongoing, I worry about ongoing.
Yeah, can we sustain it?
I mean, I wish we could.
Like I said, that's our biggest worry, is not knowing what we're gonna get.
So do you want me to tell you, I figured this out earlier,
There's no way
if you did let's say the top pay, let's just say that everybody made 58,000, I'm just gonna do that, and I did a 4% increase on them at 58, that's 2320. So I know you're giving this as a bonus, but it's almost like a 4%. It's almost like a 4 or 5% raise to people. I mean, honestly, it's 4 or 5% money that's gonna go on their W-2. So at the end of the day, anybody that's actually on perf, it goes on the top 5 pays of your retirement. Social Security is probably the same way. So it will help a lot of people, and it's better than 4%. So I just wanted to say that. The 3,000 is.
Hey, there's more out there.
Yeah.
Oh, Mark, you can come in, buddy. You're more than welcome. Come on in. I got you a little thing right here.
I'm answering 47 text messages I had anyway.
This is just like some changes I made and stuff, but you should be okay. I'll explain them to you. Well, we can go back to this conversation. I don't think his will be very long. So I'll just do you just like we kind of did them. Let me tell you some corrections and changes that not corrections, but just changes I did with the budget.
That first page, Mark, just shows you all your incomes and different budgets that you've had over the years. And then when you see income over, under, and you look at that and you're like, what are you talking about there? Like, that looks kind of weird. That's just money that you've come in under, but we've usually used it to purchase equipment or something like that, okay? So that's kind of what that is. If you go 3 pages back, that's what you're going to want to be interested in. And to get your budget to where it needed to be, I cut some things out. Pool supplies, I halved that. The mowing, your contract is, you are in contract right now with your mowing, and $41,500. I looked it up, and so I could move you down $4,500 on that one. He's still in the mowing contract.
Did you talk to Brian about that?
I did not.
It's gonna have to go up because they added the, disc golf at Rec Park. So we have to make an amendment to that contract because they want to be mowed now inside the tree line. And it's adding a lot more money to it. That's why I bumped that up actually.
Okay. So we'll have to find $4,500 from somewhere else. Okay, bathrooms, $9,500, but we went to $4,500. Okay. If it's, I know you guys are looking at maybe doing a project with some bathrooms or something, so maybe just use cash reserves, Mary Hicks money. I know they've been rolling that over. COLA raises, we removed those, and then we're going to pay your truck off. And then the bottom one is regular part-time. This is your regular part-time person. I figured out what he's working right now and his wages, and nothing changes. This is literally what he's working, and so he's not working, and I know he has another job, so it won't affect him. His hours will stay the same, his pay stays the same. That does not affect him. But that's the only changes that were made to your budget. I did talk to him a little bit about the pools and stuff, kind of the pain in the butt it is for you. And I thought I had heard that maybe, like, because you guys are qualified to do the chlorine and all that, and that's one of the things. So maybe just go in to start talking about the pool and stuff with
Okay.
them, or whatever you have.
Well, I'm sure everybody's looked and seen what it takes to run that now. I mean, all of our chemicals, especially disinfecting chemicals, have quadrupled in price over the last 5 years. So, with, I guess, that and the ongoing maintenance of that pool, it's just becoming to where it's a maintenance nightmare. It's just all that happens. And we're looking at, in the next couple of years, we're going to need a new filtration system for it. We're going to have to replace the slide because it's getting, the health department came in and said that's going to be an issue before long.
And what's a slide cost?
The slide, you had 100 on there. It's more like 275. That was 2 years ago whenever we got messed. So, to have something comparable to what we have. It's not going bigger or more grandiose than what we already have.
Or we just remove it and not have a slide.
Yeah. So, I don't know, it's, I know with the, like I said, rising costs, everything to keep it compliant. And now, they're adding more stipulations from the health department. You have to have, we need hot water now, so we have to replumb for a hot water heater. We have to have a water mixer and a scald protector, which those are not cheap items. So I don't know where we say, do we want to put this kind of money into the facility that's already failing, or?
I kind of think we're at right now, forget the slide, on just operating it
We're,
with maintenance and chemicals.
if barring anything going south, we're at around 40 grand a year, operating for 8 months.
And that's if we're not fixing it.
Or for 8 weeks, sorry, yeah, that's if no catastrophic failure.
8 weeks.
Yeah.
Every time you say that, I just have to giggle inside because I go, I mean, and some people may love it for 8 weeks, but I just feel like most people they go out on a boat, they have their own little pools. We're
Well,
just
it
not
used to be
getting,
an amazing thing until
Right.
everybody.
When I was a
in their
kid.
backyard now, you know, they've kind of became a thing of the past. I mean, really, unless you're operating an aquatics facility as your general purpose of operation.
And that splash
Or
pad,
to run one.
how many people, well, two questions. One, how many people, didn't you guys, one of you guys wanted to know how many people do you know how many people attended the pool over the year?
And I can
8
give
weeks?
you the absolute numbers, but I have seen days this year when Y Camp hadn't shown up, so that skews the way it looks when you drive by. So all those camp kids, they don't pay to get in. They bring them once a day, and that's kind of lumped into their deal with the Y, for their after school care, their summer camp. So you take those away, and I've seen that pool with 3 people there at times for literally the entirety that it's open. So as far as the community using it, they're not going to change.
What about splash pad?
Packed every day. Packed every day.
Splash pad.
Well, that's one thing the mayor
Splash
talked
pad.
about earlier, is about the fact of maybe extending the splash pad.
Yeah.
Doing away with that.
And that's what I know a lot
If
of
we can afford it.
communities. Yeah, I know a lot of communities get backlash, anytime they try to close a pool. I think a lot of that is a holdover from just people remember going there and things like that. 9 times out of 10, the people that are complaining about the pool going away, if you do get rid of one, are not visiting the pool.
I know I've been over to Terre Haute to Deming Park, and I can't speak for everybody, but the times I've been over there, since my granddaughter lives over there, we go to Deming a lot with her for the playground stuff, and other than maybe the YMCA or something like that, there's hardly anybody at that pool.
Yeah.
I mean, there's been times where I've went there and spent 2 or 3 hours there and maybe see, like you said, 3 or 4 people in their pool.
And I mean,
The Wallace feeder system's 90%.
yeah.
Yeah.
And that's a literal number that I've seen with
Yeah.
3 or 4 people, and that's not just a one-day thing.
Yeah.
That's, if I can't don't show up, I've never seen more than 15 people there, ever. I mean, that's not like camp or like special.
And probably like you said, whenever you're talking about people who, don't like the idea of shutting down the
It's
pool,
nostalgia.
they're kids like my age or whatever that remember running around the park and the pool area was packed all day long.
But everybody didn't have pools.
Right. We had
That's
cricks.
nostalgia.
Strip pits.
We had cricks
Yeah.
and ponds.
Well, in a way, you hate to lose it because you feel
Yeah.
like you're backing up,
Yeah.
But on the other hand, I still think that decision's made to move on from it, but at the same time, come up with a plan to roll out
Yeah.
an improvement over there to kind of say, yeah, we're losing this, but we're gaining something else here.
Like some of the splash pads I've seen, you've probably seen some too, pretty elaborate. And they're nice areas there. I know there's that one that's at Yellowstone Park, south of Bloomington.
Yeah.
And the water's about this deep all in there, and then they got the water fountains all in there, and it's a heck of a good time with kids and even adults running around in there, so.
And almost every municipality, I know that runs any kind of aquatics facility, where I've been looking into the last couple of years, everybody's kind of rolled into that. Splash pad. It's just, it's hard to maintain a pool. The price that you would have to charge for people to get in, you're gonna price most of the people out of it in this area. Or I don't be all for it to send 3 or 4 kids at $10 a head to actually cover chemicals and maintenance.
I know my years on the park board, that was one of the things that always kind of stuck in your throat a little bit, was the fact that what we would charge for people to go into that pool, we lost money every year. And not nickels and dimes, but thousands of dollars every year, because it was never enough to maintain it.
I remember when I first took over as superintendent of the parks, a year that operated $2,000 in the red was a good year. And now we're talking, we operate $20,000 in the red. Well, 30.
Yeah, I was gonna say it's more than that.
Yeah.
Because, yeah. And he had to increase, and I realized you had to increase your, well, I showed them the diagram of what you're spending in supplies. It's 18,000, so, or 19, whatever, and you put it in the budget. And then I had to have it just to make your budget work. So, and then you heard him talk about mowing just now, he's going to have to up that, so will he have, I
And we
mean,
have to get some kind of line item put in for the splash pad too, because we don't have any maintenance budget for that. We put that in, and we've got to keep something there to maintain that.
so would 5,000 do it for the year?
Yeah, that's what I put in there. That's, at this point, I think 5,000 would be fine. Now, if we start to keep adding, if we want to add to it, we'll have to bump that up a little, but we're still not going to see the numbers that we're going to be spending to maintain the pool.
So if you took the chemicals out of his pool, I'm just throwing it in there for a budget, you could put half of it back into his mowing, and then the other half could go towards maintenance of the splash pad. But
And
that
that's
doesn't
when
look
I
like
dropped the
chemicals.
camping, because we don't do that anymore, and that's what I made the line out for the splash pad maintenance.
Oh, do you have one in there
Yeah.
now? I didn't take it out, but it's in there.
Because I wanted to have something for.
Oh, it's in
case
there.
we have-
You got it in there, Lauren.
Barring any massive failure there, which we shouldn't have. but no, we did.
You could add more money to it.
Yeah,
or
and
you did.
we're talking like the actuators and the solenoids for each feature. And you're talking a couple $100 a piece to replace them if something goes out. I could see them just dropping off every year, but it doesn't by any means.
I know it's probably hard to figure, what do you think is probably your biggest expense with the splash pad?
It would be like the solenoids and whatnot if one of those would have.
Yeah.
What did you have to replace for the pool this past summer? That was a pump of some sort?
Had to replace the pump motor this year, which that's every couple of years, it seems like anymore.
Yeah.
And we had to replace the slide suction base. Those are actually regulated by the state. And so it don't matter if they're in a good state of repair or not. Every 5 years it's had to be changed. And that's just, it don't matter if it operates like a new one, looks brand new. It's
Yeah.
Just the state mandates it. And that was $10,000 this year. I'll be the first one to say I'd hate to see the pool go, but it's to the point now where it's just a literal money pit. So,
I hate to say this, Marv, but as far as I'm concerned, ever since I've been park board council, it's been a money pit.
yeah, at what point do you got a bad investment?
And then my only concern, like I said earlier, is that financially, it just sits there. You can't afford it anymore at some point.
Well, I got a quote, and that's all it was a quote on excavating it, putting everything back, and the grass, and everything else. And this wasn't the buildings, this was the pool. It was $156,000.
Could you leave that building there, though, and let them use it? Because,
I don't know, Marvin know more about that than I would, but
well, I'm thinking the concession stand, I guess, I don't
You know,
know.
the building is not in such bad shape that you would have to tear it down.
Because you have changing rooms in there, right? People
Yeah,
can still go
and
in.
what I was thinking too, is to get rid of it. We've been talking about replacing the dump station, the newer bathroom. I think we could probably tear the dump station down and do something with that pool, because it already has the money and everything, and it would be cheaper to option do that. And they're way more handicap accessible than anything else we've built. And then have that open
so
to,
repurpose it.
yeah, repurpose that building.
Oh, you're so small.
And then maybe even if, I don't know, it would depend on how they plan on excavating the pool and removing it. But if there was a way, after it's all said and done on the back, you may be even able to put a concrete pad back there, leave that walk-through center and have a picnic area there or something, and you have a bathroom there. And that would be, I know, thinking about that, like, oh, just a little picnic area, but with that splash pad there, that would be really nice to have that back there.
People want to have birthday
Yeah.
parties and stuff, don't they?
Now there's just like,
I just sprung them on this pretty quick, but it says remove pool concrete lines associated with pool, dispose of all waste generated in demolition, replace with clean fill, grade with topsoil and seed.
also, like,
152.
like I spoke with the mayor about earlier, that pool is completely limited. So there's an option there too, if we scrap that, once they take it out. There's a lot of money.
See, I wondered if this guy didn't pick back
Maybe,
that
maybe
in,
factor that in,
you
then,
know,
yeah.
'cause it,
But if he didn't-
it's all aluminum.
Yeah. I mean, there's a lot of money there in recyclable material.
I think that's pretty cheap for excavating, I mean, considering what it is. So I think
Concrete.
it's a, yeah. That's pretty nice though. That's a great idea. I didn't know about that.
I don't know, that could be something, you know, that's just a one quote that somebody can sharpen their pencil on too. Because one thing about concrete, I know, excavating it, it's a little tougher, but it's also an aggregate. You don't have to go to the dump with it.
Yeah.
You can go throw it in a wash out there, some farmer's got or something, as long as it's 90% aggregate. So disposal of it, maybe not as expensive as what they do in the dump.
We just
If-
spent $50,000 putting in concrete.
Mm-hmm.
Or if they were considering doing a splash pad, how long would it take you to get one or say another one
Like an addition onto that one.
on top of that? Or how
I could
would you
get
do
the
it?
Peterson and see how quick they can get things together.
That would be awesome.
It all depends on what you want. you know,
Yeah.
I mean,
Yeah, don't you think, I mean, you need folks quick, I mean, but if that works out the way you're saying, I guess we won't need it. You can just put that big Parks and Rec, we're gonna spend $2 million on it or whatever. That would negate all that, but if we can't,
Well, like I said, it's a splash pad project, you could hear like 500,000 or something, you know, whatever number.
yeah, so
And
get
then
something,
just
throw something
spend
together.
what you can,
And
on it,
even your
that's
pump
it.
station, like your little park area.
Wasn't it 100,000 for that recirculating system, Mark?
Yeah, a little over, it was like 120, I think.
Okay.
And would that still be good for two, if you added it to?
Yeah, so the way that would work is, that splash pad there is smaller, on the minimum of gallons per minute that it pumps than like your entry level pump system for it, so you can actually make it bigger, and get away with the same.
I'm putting 100,000 on it. Yeah, if you got the council and the mayor, get it to the mayor, and I'm sure they'll give us forward it, something that Peterson on an additional splash pad. And then, you know, we know, I told them earlier, and tell me if I'm right on this, but the Mary Hicks money, not doing this year, we're rolling into next year,
Yes.
and that was gonna be used for the compensation.
Yes. But I think we'd be money ahead to just demolish that where it is, and put that, I mean, we already,
Really, that-
yeah, have a more substantial structure there that.
It's meeting
not-
rooms.
Yeah, yeah, and, yeah, you got everything there. And that would be nice for a splash pad, you know, I know we got that, you know, just, unisex restroom there where people can go in and change and whatnot. But with the amount of people that we're seeing there, that would be nice to have that facility there to be able to change in, have multiple bathrooms in it, especially if we decide to add on to it.
When you have that little concession stand there, you can still let some of the
Yeah.
groups come in and run the concession stand like you do in the park.
Think about it. Any questions on the budget? Marv, you got anything else?
No.
Other than you need money.
I can make do with whatever I get if I got it.
Other than your mowing, you do need to have that go back up.
What was the additional mowing you was talking about?
So, we put in a 18-hole disc golf course in cooperation with the Wabash Valley Disc Golf Club.
Yeah.
And they put part of it through, the wood line there on the west side of the Prairie Park.
Yeah.
So we had to clear out some trees and stuff there to do that. Well, when we initially done that, we didn't realize how much overgrowth we were gonna have with the grass and everything back there. We seemed to kind of stay bedded down a little bit. It gets like literally neck high. So we had to add that into the mowing contract. So, and it's a pretty substantial piece of property going beyond what we were.
But we asked them, what gave you the right to do that and make us spend more money?
Well, I know how it went down, but.
I will say that disc golf is
Yes,
very
yeah.
popular.
Yeah.
It's amazing to me.
Mhm.
Just,
I know there's people up there at Forest Park all the time.
It is
They're
well
out there all the
utilized.
time. I went out there one night, ran up, but there was 30 people. All right?
All right.
Thank you, sir.
Thanks,
I really
Mark.
Appreciate it. Appreciate your guys' time and listening to my plight.
We didn't really care, but we
Yeah,
appreciate
exactly.
it.
Even if it fell on deaf ears, it felt good to get it off my chest.
Thank you, Mark.
See y'all later.
Budget thing.
Yeah.
I was going through all this stuff out one.
That's for the first one.
Now I can't find Janet.
Hi, Kara.
She's in the big packet with our budget, what was the general.
The only thing I changed with hers, remember, was dumpsters. I just removed
Yeah.
3,500, so not much of anything. So when she's here, you may just want to ask her how planning and zoning's going. You can have questions about code enforcement. She runs all
She's in
that.
this.
She can tear down. She might want to give you guys just an update about how planning and zoning's going.
Okay.
We went through everything, so so after Janet is, Dennis.
Am I doing 3,000? Pretty
So what would you, so,
Me too.
well, I'm just wondering what the lease, how would we pay off those Durangos and the lease if we do not, those Taser leases? I mean, they're in, the ones in the budget, I mean, I can keep them in the budget, I guess, I can keep them in the budget, but, this next year, and then we can remove them if we have to the next year and pay them all. You know what I mean?
I agree with Shane when he's talking about all that, bond issues and stuff, you hate to sit there and use part of the bond issue, just take it all. And that's
Sure.
that you're paying on that.
Exactly.
I agree with that as
Exactly.
well. So I'm thinking that maybe we keep those two items in the budget, and then we'll see what next year pans out, and then we may need to use cash reserves at the end to pay them
Well,
all.
like you said, we just talked about the old well,
There won't be enough money in any of the rainy day oil wells. It would have to literally come from the general fund cash reserves to pay those, because they're 220,000, and then the other one's 120. We would hate to deplete those completely.
So what the,
I would think so, because they've never been set up.
paying all
Whatever happened to that?
Yeah, I wonder.
I don't know. I mean,
I will check on the interest rates for the Durangos, but maybe he can toss in the Tasers, because I wasn't around. I don't even have anything on this.
On the bonuses, if there's bonus done, would the part-time get half, just like everything else?
That's what I figured in.
Okay.
When I did those numbers down at the bottom, I put half for part-time. You can redo my numbers though, because I might have done something wrong. Because after you caught.
Yes, ma'am, come on in, the water's fine.
Hi, Janet. The only thing I changed on your budget was your dumpsters. I decreased you like $2,500. You got 15,000 in your dumpsters. Oh, I moved it down to about, what did I say? About 13,000 something. Okay. I think, so. Outside of that, we were able to move Kathy, did her salary, and everything, she stayed down too, so. But outside of that, that's all I know. That's it. That's it.
That's good to know.
Pretty scary coming.
Yeah.
Anybody got any questions?
I just want to get an update on the code enforcement, how that.
It's going. It's been busy.
Sometimes be careful what you wish for.
Yeah, yeah.
down, we even did, we send out a lot more letters than we normally have sent out. And we're still working on a process, still new to us, so we're still, still trying to figure out, how I like a list, a step by step. I'm still working on that, and it's changing as we deal with grass and junk, whether yards fenced, or chickens and, all kinds of stuff. So they're just been, work through issues and working through those. And by next year, we'll have it down to where, to the science. It's a lot.
How many houses have you tore down this year or plan to at the end of the year? 8.
I've already got 4 down. And that's 74.
74 homes.
Yep. But yeah, he keeps us busy. And then we started contractor license too. We started that this year too, so that's good. So that's been a lot too, trying to get the contractors online with doing that, so.
Janet, a quick number on what you brought in with those contractor licenses this year. We anticipate around 10,400. So it's been a really good deal.
Yeah, I feel like that number's gonna go up. Because a lot of people don't realize that they need to be a, contractor, have a contractor license. So we catch them, that as word gets going, I think that will really go on.
And I'll give Janet some kudos because out of all of our departments, she has really come up with some really creative ways to raise money for the city. She when she started here, she was one of the first to start going to the county courthouse, and we did like liens and receive a check every year for that. And she has put it, she has set it to her unsafe fund, and then now the contractor's license, and they're not just $5,000. This is some good revenue for the city.
That was easy.
Where's that button?
Hold on to your hat, next year's gonna be better.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah.
We got 30 minutes until the next person's here, so.
What's elected? We keep hitting and missing on the
Yeah, the bonuses, and also, do they need to make a decision about the pool? Or no? Because if so, the budget has been cut, so we know currently that his budget can't afford the chemicals for it, so.
The decision, probably the first thing is, if you want to decide on bonus, what you're going to do there.
And you said again, if we.
3,000 sounds good to me. The 3,000
Yes.
sounds good to me.
Well, because the reason we're doing these bonuses is
I
because
do too.
doesn't mean that we still can't do a Christmas bonus like we've done every year. We could always do, that's always usually, we give those Christmas bonuses based on excess
Look.
money inside of an already existing budget that's in past. We
Okay.
don't use cash reserves, never have used cash reserves to
I'll
fund
fill you in.
bonuses for Christmas.
This is.
This is, we're
Is
talking
anything?
next year, a
2026.
bonus
Do you have any
instead of a raise
questions?
for next year. So I would suggest January, absolutely.
So then what we, but basically we talked about maybe doing like a 2%.
All of them, all
this
the
year,
year, if there's anything.
and then next year just be a bonus.
No,
I'll
you
have to
can't do
get
a
rid of
raise
some
this
of
year.
that.
No,
Don't do that.
no, because
Okay, because
Yeah.
we had it in there showing like 2%.
if you wanted
You're
to
talking about
additionally
totally.
or separately, if you wanted to do that. What, for next year, this is all discussion for 2026. But what I said earlier was that
Every day.
the $3,000 what the mayor has suggested, and I agree with him, that's more than that 4%.
Just tiredness.
It's more than a 4% raise, it's like a 5%, so it's good.
Oh, I'm just
I
like,
think that's a solid number.
exalted.
And then they can use it as an HSA, which I would just give them a check into their HSA. Everybody has one that's on health insurance, has one set up up there, so I would send it directly to the bank. Or-
Guys, you're going to excuse me, I'm going to have to leave. Okay.
He's just gonna head home, I think, for the day.
Okay. So the HSA would go directly to Terre Haute Savings Bank. or you could do a bonus. I would do it on a paycheck, so it'd go on their W-2. So there's benefits to both, right? For me, it would be a benefit, and my girls would be a benefit, I think, to put it on their W-2 because it's going to make their perk go up, right? That's the top 5 years. So it's still going to be a benefit.
But to give them that option where they want.
But you give them their option.
Uh,
And then for other people that may have some sickness going on, they're going to spend it anyway, so why not just give them, let them get 100% of it?
Exactly.
So, and I'm okay doing that. My office can run that right through.
Yeah. I think that's good.
Sounds good. 3,000?
So is that what you want to do? And then Lou, we have to let Lou know, and then Lou will.
So is that unanimous? Sounds like,
Yeah, I'm good with
Yeah,
it.
we're good.
I'm good with it.
We'll do, we'll offer the option of HSA.
HSA or W-2.
Okay.
We're all seconds, we do our checks.
In January.
Oh, sorry.
Okay?
Just a thought.
So we still have 30 minutes. Was there anything else that we had any questions on that that we did not? We got a good list started for the bonding.
And Mark's gonna get us a thing on
The splash
another
pad.
splash pad.
I'm all for doing away with the pool.
You know, like I said, me being on the park board, in the 7 years I was on it, every year we lost. You know, he talks about thousands of dollars, and it would be $10,000 to $20,000 every year we would lose.
That's
because
not
of
self-sustaining.
expensive chemicals and stuff like that. But I know being on the board with, Ruth Ann, Linda, and Caroline McCall, we just, Ruth Ann was a pool person. She loved that pool, nothing wrong with that at all, but it was hard because we're talking in terms of doing away with something that was a benefit to the community and to the kids of the community. But yeah, as years went on, you can see less and less participation in that pool. And yet, our costs were going up. Less people going in and more costs going out. So,
And I think the people who talk about missing it now, they're talking about the nostalgic part of it, not the physical part of it being there now and being used now. It's nostalgia. They're thinking about, oh, that's where I grew up in that pool, you know.
So I'm
It's
not sure
like
how
that
Mark
anymore.
does with the YMCA or how that all works. Because if he has to give them advance notice so that they know for their program that this is going to happen, that's the only thing my brain is doing. I'm
Yeah.
thinking like,
Well-
how do we get with them and let them know, or when does that decision get made? I don't know what that looks like.
Well, they could still come over and use the splash pad, but, I mean, I think if we make a decision that we're not gonna operate it next year at all,
yeah.
then we can let them know immediately.
Yeah.
If that's what the council's decision is.
So when is that?
Whether we can do the demo next year or how that works out with the timing, that's different. But at the very least, it saves, $40,000 to $50,000, maybe $70,000 next year, depending on what kind of repairs come into play.
Well, when you talk about, what kind of timeline we'll let them know, to me, the sooner the better. Because if we decide to let them, to not do it, right now would be as good as any time to say we're not going to have the pool open again so they can adjust everything to that.
Right. I mean,
Because they can still go to the park, have the kids on the playground and stuff like that. I mean, the pool isn't the only thing over there, so.
the splash pad's still available if they want to go over and...
And there's a
Very
lot of those little
popular,
kids from
very
the Y that probably go to the splash pad. So,
So Shane, we'll know more with this bonding, the conference call we're going to take on the amount of the bond. We're pretty sure it was, again, between 4 and 4.5 million. But we could walk in there and they're saying, oops, we made a mistake, we can only get a bond for 2 million. Then we may want to rethink the pool, I'm not sure, but, I mean, we could wait until after the conference call when we get this bonding and all of that, if you're unanimously on the same page for the pool. Because we have to put it in the bond. And I think it does have to be listed out. But if Brian's right, if Brian does do the parks and rec,
Hey, old man.
that would be fantastic.
My opinion is that we demo it regardless, okay? We don't need to wait on like the bond and stuff. That's gonna be for a larger project, but we can repurpose what's there, do away with it, and start that process, especially at $156,000. That's just one quick estimate. If we get multiple bids in and we have someone that can remove what's there, without doing any extensive renovations, we might want to consider that anyway. But the thing I was thinking about when we were discussing it earlier is this. It's open for about 8 or 9 weeks a year. The rest of the year, it sits there in the same condition that it's in right now. It's a big empty blue hole,
Yes.
right? So if we don't do anything with it except not operate it, it's not going to hurt anything, you know. But to bleed out another 40 or 50,000 next year when the budget's already as tight as it is, we'd be better off to say, well, we're not going to be able to do it next year. And then when's that demolition and when does that renovation
No,
happen?
and
I
their
don't know.
budget- And their budget goes down 19 next year, 24 the next, and 90,000 in 2028.
So is there no interest of taking this to the community, saying, look, we can't do it, do y'all want to pick up the mantle and go? Is that not even an option that we want to give the
Well, I
community?
think we first have to do it in a council meeting.
Yeah.
Well,
Right,
this
but I
This is
mean,
just kind of a
right.
work session here, but.
But
yeah,
if
I think
nobody's
we need to-
interested in that.
I think we need to, yeah, we need to open it up. I mean,
And that may be a thing that whenever we talk about taking out the pool and putting in a larger splash pad type thing, that maybe the county parks association and everybody else would maybe come on board with helping get that done. I don't know, because I know that they've done projects with the city parks before.
But when people come forward and then they ask for, well, I want to get grants, or I want to raise money for this, how long do you give them to do that?
That's my thing, if they, and Angie, I mean, I understand what you're saying, but if any kind of fundraising activity should happen, it's probably gonna need to happen through the YMCA, because they're using the pool, you know what I mean? But I don't think it's going to necessarily happen from a city standpoint. If people wanted to get on board with it or something, they have another way to do that. I don't see any problem with that. But they're gonna have to understand, we don't have almost $300,000 to replace a slide either.
And I think that needs to be put out to the public,
Yeah.
saying,
You want to-
we can't do this if y'all want it.
and it's all gonna be detailed. You know,
Yeah.
We've gotta have,
Yeah, we've
X amount
got,
of dollars for this, X amount of dollars.
Yeah.
do y'all remember the
Usually-
thermometers that were in town, that when we were raising money for the pool before, do you remember that? They were all over town, and they would color them in red when the
Yeah.
money came in and all that kind of stuff. I'm not saying that, I mean, I'm fine with expanding it, the splash pad and stuff, I just think it's important to tell the community, this is
Here's
what's
why.
happening.
So do you
Yeah.
think this should be discussed then on the 8th of October, and
Yeah, I
we
think
can
we-
post it, say it's discussion of the pool, and let people come if they want you to talk about it?
Right.
Yeah.
Because this is something,
Maybe
again,
like
we're
a
talking
town
about the
hall or
spot, that I
something.
have to go. If we can do the general topic, Parks and Rec, that saves all this, but if not, then I have to spell out
Right.
splash pad, and where else would you put it than right there? Take a statement.
well, we can just put it on Brazil chatter and let it go.
But, what
I'll
I-
add it to the agenda.
But my thing is, we really don't have a, if everyone is in agreement that we're not gonna operate it next year, we don't need a budget for it in the 2026 budget. And then if that should change, we can do additional appropriations. So if someone does contribute money and they say, well, we want it to be open for those 8 weeks a year, then we can just do additional appropriations and bring it back on. But to build it into this, if we don't want to do it anymore, then that's probably the direction we should go from a budgeting standpoint.
Yeah.
Because if you don't budget for it, then we can still follow through with everything that you said, no problem. And then if all of a sudden someone starts, we have donors or something, someone wants to keep it
It's the
open,
same thing.
that's fine.
It is the
So
same
the figure she
situation.
was
Bring it
giving
back.
out was $5,000 a week. That's what it costs to operate, $5,000 a week.
Yeah,
So I don't think the
You don't
community
even take in
understands that.
500 a week.
no, and the Y uses it for no charge.
Yeah.
I mean,
Yeah.
Well, and
and
then the
with,
likelihood of, we're trying to scrape dollars together to fix a comfort station.
Right.
Let alone if we are talking about replacing a slide, well, it's just gonna go away. And that's probably one of the best things at that pool for these kids. I can remember my kids loved the slide. But that's gonna go away, 'cause it's $300,000.
I mean,
well, and any money that was gonna be, we were gonna use for renovating the comfort station can now just be, moved over to renovating the pool house till we can have a different
And I like
purpose.
that, I
I
like
do
that,
too.
I like that whole thought not, but I just feel
But
like
I am on
the
board,
community needs to be involved.
but I am on board for expanding the splash pad. If we're able to do some of this bonding, I think that's a good idea too, especially with the research
Yeah,
system.
Somebody would go.
Yeah,
Well, see, that way we
so,
could give them the option. You want to come to this and give us.
So guys, can I
Some
go,
of those weeks are not because of rain or something like that.
so can I go ahead then, you want me to have Susan add on October the 8th, the pool discussion,
Yeah.
community discussion of the pool?
Well, what do you
And
think
I'm
of-
gonna take it out of the budget too.
but I think for this meeting, I mean, removing any pool-related expenses from that budget,
Yes.
it's only gonna help us get back to
Yes,
bracket.
Yeah.
What I will do is, I
You
will
know-
leave it in the budget for the parks. I'm not gonna remove that money from the parks, I'm just gonna put it down by the splash pad maintenance, and then put his money back into his mowing. Because there was only $9,000 there for Kevin.
Oh, I know, but I'm just,
That's what I'll do, I'll absorb it into his budget to those two areas that he actually wanted it.
Yeah.
And then I'll have Susan put on the agenda, discussion of pool. And then we can have more discussion, you can have second discussion, a third, whatever you wanna do, but
She
let's
was
do that.
talking about it on.
Yeah, what do you think about a town hall meeting, and that way that would give them the option to come. If they don't come, then we act. If they
Well,
do
I
come,
think the things like what Angie's talked about is giving the public a voice in this. If you
Exactly.
remember right, Deming Park, their pool was out of operation for a few years for renovations and everything, waiting to see whether they could afford to do that because their money was that way. Now, Deming Park was able to come up with a lot of money and redo their pool. But
oh, but we're Brazil.
Get your
it was
checkbooks
closed
out.
for a while.
Yeah.
Let's go, if you want it. you know.
Exactly. Show us the money.
Okay, well, that
Bottom
sounds
line
good.
is, show us the money.
All right, well,
maybe you should have waited 5 more minutes, guys.
we have Chief McQueen here and Assistant Chief Dennis Archer. Police Department, did you get any quotes on what those leases are? Payoff?
I'm waiting to hear back. Had a phone call and email out to Linda, and I'll come back yet. I can tell you what's coming out now, how many we have remaining,
Okay, what this year's payment is?
for which one.
So I just see in your line a $30,000 budget. So what is the payment? How does that work?
So it was a 5-year lease, roughly about $30,000 per year. We paid 2 of the 5 years of these payments, we have 3 left.
Okay, so 90,000 to pay it off is what you're guessing. Okay. Lower than my thought.
That was on the taser and the body cam.
No, I know what the vehicles are. So on the TASER, do those require like, are they like warranty or is there maintenance on them or is that all included in it? If you
It's
pay
all
it off,
included
is
in
that
that
affected?
lease. So it was, the 5-year lease, and it covered anything that would maybe go wrong with them. On the body cameras, it included, halfway through, I think they replaced the body cameras of new ones as part of that lease.
Okay, so if we pay the lease off, is that gonna affect that?
That's one way back on our sales reps, return my call.
Okay, to see if that voids that.
Yeah,
so
to make
those
sure
warranties.
everything within that lease, all their requirements they were going to do for us still remain to be paid off.
Okay, and I think that the council decided to split it in the budget and not pay it off though, right, for this next year. But the next year, we can change that.
With the vehicles?
For the lease on the.
Taser.
Oh, yeah, yeah.
Tasers and
That's in their budget.
body cam.
So let me tell you guys quickly what changed on your budget. Let me get there. All right, on the police department, we did lower, I think that there were raises put in there. There were raises or cost of living adjustments put in there. We took those out. So that would have decreased the chief, the assistant chief, clerical. Vacation buyouts, I took that back to the 2025 numbers of 34,000. Perf, I figured that out. I multiplied what it would be for your 14 officers, and so I was able to lower 26 off of that.
Based on the 23%.
That's the 23%.
As long as you're around the same number.
And then the officers, there was extra money in there, and we took that down as well to $72,000 was removed from that. And then the workers' comp had to go up 11 You can have a copy of this if you need this. 11,000 I had to add into your workers' comp because that went up, so that increased. But outside of that, so they didn't give, and the council can tell you what they decided to do instead of cost of living adjustments and or there was a lot of things on the table. And are you comfortable telling them? I know that Angie met with your union and he was with you.
Shane.
Shane. So have you already discussed with them or told them, Shane, or these guys the first to know? Is that how it works?
The what?
Do you want to tell them that what you went with,
On,
or what the council's going with?
oh, with the,
The cost of living.
Bonus?
Or the
what do you-
bonus or the raise.
sorry, I had work-related things. So I guess we've decided to go with the $3,000 bonus for 2026 and no cost of living adjustment, right?
And it will be paid out in January as a check or an HSA. So they will have the ability, because that was something that your guys actually asked them in a meeting, was if they could get an HSA. They just wanted some type of,
They want to feel like they have a say.
yes,
Yes.
yes. So I will give them that ability. They'll come to my office, they'll tell us what they want, or they'll give it to you too. Tell you if they want it in HSA or they want, if they do decide to get it in HSA, that will be a check that goes straight to Terre Haute Savings. And it's going to be deposited into their HSA account. If they want a bonus, then it's going to, or I mean, if they want that, that goes on a W-2 on their check.
How much is the city putting in overall for the year in their periodic HSA payments?
Same as they were.
How much is that?
Is it $1,000?
Oh, no. So if you're a family, like you are a family, it would be, so you get $2,500 a year into it. So you have to be, I know, because
The
you're
reason
one
I
of
ask is because you are only allowed to put so much in.
So he's the,
HSA account.
so he's the one. He's the one that had to get a refund.
You're
check.
the one.
Oh.
Yeah. He puts in quite a bit
No one
into his
puts so much
HSA.
in an
Yeah.
HSA.
And we,
I know I got
Troy and I do
penalized
too.
for that, for having too
Yeah.
much in.
Or you get penalized.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I got penalized. for
I
that.
already talked about it. I just
Okay.
didn't tell him it was you.
Okay.
So the next thing you can let your guys know though is that $3,000, if they compute that to the top pay of what it is, that's more than a 4% raise. So, there it is. So the council, did you write?
It's the cost of living adjustment, as you heard when you came in, our discussions about the pool, spending $40,000 to $50,000 a year, plus we had a $23,000 pump repair this year, in 2025. It's open for 8 weeks a year. So we can't build in cost of living adjustments that, because we can't carry it on. We don't know how far we can carry it into the next several years, you know. But the bonus we can handle, we know we can do that. So that's what the unanimous decision was. That's what we're going to do.
And so with the Senate Enrollment Act, Clint and Dennis, I do realize that public safety, the police department is not included in that, but it doesn't make a difference because it's just how we're going to appropriate the money. It's not going to affect you that you're not on it. I know you have the unions, the police unions have lobbyists out there right now trying to get that so that it's in vote. But I did give the council, and I do have copies of that to show you what that looks like on different scenarios. And I think that we were in agreement, because I know they're going to want to see these numbers, but I think that we're in agreement that it's going to be somewhere in between the numbers that I have. Is that kind of
On the projection for...
On the projection for 2028, because public safety does go away. And that is how they'll fund your budgets this year, are your bonuses. Your bonuses are going to be funded out of that public safety money. Okay, you and fire. But when that money's gone, it's gone. So in 2028, we will not have that money anymore. But we're hopeful that the county will pass in fire protection EMS tax, which then will, hopefully we could maybe be okay, you know, just a wash.
Just unsure right now.
There's so many.
On insurance.
And we can't really do this budget based on it, but we have to be cautious. I think that's what everybody decided.
We just know that that's changing. So that's why when you go back to that cost of living adjustment, things like that, raises, things like that, then we don't know if it's sustainable. So we can't hit everybody with 2%, 4%, something like that. And then in 2 years, we end up having to lay people off because we can't afford that. It's not going to fit the budget. So we don't know what that's going to look like. But what we do know is it's going to be significantly lower by 2028, by maybe 600 plus thousand.
Yeah, there's been talk the whole summer about that. We're just waiting for numbers to come in.
I'll let to see
That's
them.
what I had
Every
to tell.
city, county, school was waiting for.
That's why I had to tell the fire department earlier, you know, they was asking me about raises and all that stuff. I said, well, right now, until we go into this, I can't tell you anything. We've got to know what kind of money we're looking at, and you don't know what the state's going to do to us.
And, you know, it's really not fair to all these different jurisdictions to try to determine how we can work this into budgets even for 2026. I mean, when you're looking at ranges between $150,000 decrease and a $700 and some $1,000 decrease, that's not even reasonable when you have a $4 million budget to work with. So, but that is what it is. We're stuck dealing with it, so.
I talked about earlier, you had numbers on vehicle.
Yeah,
Well,
You said you already had that.
you
I
already
do.
have
I've
that.
got 221,000 is what is owed on your leases.
Okay.
But
Those-
but we're gonna leave it in the budget, I think, this year, and then we'll just see how next year pan out. This little diagram right here for you, you guys can get copies of this if you wanna take this with you into my office when you leave. Jill can make you copies of that. And that just gives you an analysis, that's for anybody that would like to have it, of kind of what it looks like in the public safety and all of that. Kind of what it looks like, just so you know. But they're estimates, okay? That's all they are, and until the Indiana Department of Revenue releases after taxes are done this next year, we'll have solid numbers then. Because there's so much districting and everything else that goes into this. Yeah, and property taxes are going down as well.